Live from Warsaw, a big welcome to the 2025 edition of the European Corporate Governance Conference, coming to you from the iconic Palace of Culture and Science. My name is Ivan Mannino, I'm from EY, and here joining with me on stage is my colleague Elsa Venturini.
Hello. Thank you all for joining us in this theatre today in person, and a warm welcome to those of you who are joining us online.
Indeed.
So Ivan, what's the topic of this year's edition?
Oh, it's going to be a big topic, let me tell you. It's all going to be about unlocking competitiveness, the big buzzword of the year, through corporate governance. We're going to be looking at everything from how boards essentially navigate the evolving security and geopolitical landscape to how they strengthen their cybersecurity and AI capabilities. And of course, we'll discuss the EU Omnibus package and the broader simplification agenda. This year's conference is hosted under the auspices of the Polish Presidency of the Council of the EU, organized by EY jointly with our conference partners.
So in other words, this is really a 360 conference on corporate governance.
It is.
And it's not just panel discussions that you'll be hearing from today. We'll have real-life experience from a lot of business, and we have nearly 30 speakers joining us on stage today.
But obviously, we want to hear from you as well, our dear audience, those of you in the room as well, those of you joining us online. We'll have some great polling questions throughout the day, so keep your phones close. Actually, get your phones out right now, because we're going to be trying out the first Slido question that we want to ask you. So we'd like to know where you're joining us all from. We're surely going to have the question on screen. That was quite quick. Fantastic. So you can have the QR code, which you can scan. Otherwise, you can also go to slido.com and type in the code 7528048. So do let us know where you're joining from, where you're dialing in from as well, for those of you joining online. So do let us know. So quite a few people. Poland, Belgium, yeah, lots of you from Poland, obviously. Ireland, the Netherlands.
Lithuania, neighbors.
Lithuania, indeed.
Yep.
Quite a lot of you. I think we have quite a good representation of Europe, I must say. You know, quite a few countries, the UK as well. Friends from the UK, Finland as well.
Croatia, Portugal, great.
Yeah, so it's quite a big crowd, I must say. So we're really happy to have you all here with us today.
Yes.
Elsa, shall we kick this off?
So yes, now to formally open the conference, please give a warm welcome to Jacek Kędzior, who's EY Managing Partner for Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe and Central Asia, as well as Managing Partner for EY Poland. Jacek.
Dzień dobry. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great honor to welcome you to the 2025 European Corporate Governance Conference, convened under the theme, The Governance Edge, Unlocking European Competitiveness. I would especially like to welcome the Minister of State Assets, Mr. Jakub Jaworowski, and all of our distinguished speakers. Their insights will help us address some of the most pressing and complex corporate governance challenges facing European companies today. I would also like to welcome our key partners, ACCA, Accountancy Europe, BusinessEurope, ecoDa, EuropeanIssuers, Lewiatan, and the Association of Independent Non-Executive Directors. Each of them deserves our sincere thanks for their cooperation and support. Thank you very much. And finally, I would like to welcome our guests, both here and online. I hope you find today's meeting thought-provoking, inspiring, and directional, since the agenda is very relevant to all of us who would like to shape the future with confidence in these uncertain times. Please allow me to share some personal thoughts about the building we are in, as it's significant of Poland's modern history. It is the Palace of Culture and Science. It was a gift from Soviet Union to the people of Poland after World War II. When it was completed, it stood tall among the ruins of Warsaw, and with its Stalinist architecture, symbolized Soviet control and domination for nearly 40 years. But at the beginning of Poland's transition to democracy, this place and the square around became one of the most important symbols of market economy, with offices, shops, and stands. Thousands of small entrepreneurs from Poland and neighboring countries started their business here. It was a market where health and safety rules were bent or simply ignored. But at the same time, it was a place where everyone sold everything. It was not only the center of Warsaw, but also the center of emergency of capitalism. Now, 30 years later, it's still the heart of the city. Outside, we have a new modern art museum, which EY proudly supports, and the new theater is under construction. It is certain that Stalin would turn over in his grave if he saw the changes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Poland and its people have a great ability to turn difficult situations into a success story. We are meeting today at the pivotal moment for Europe, marked by rapid technological change, shifting geopolitical realities, and the urgent need to revive and stimulate the European Union. That is why our agenda this year is so ambitious. We will explore how corporate boards can navigate complex security challenges, improve cybersecurity and AI capabilities, and promote sustainable practices through effective reporting. We will examine how boards can build resilient supply chains, strengthen governance in the face of innovation, including AI, and ensure that regulatory simplification helps, not hinders, our business and the growth. But at the heart of this discussion is a fundamental truth. Corporate governance is not just a compliance exercise or a matter of regulatory box ticking. It is a strategic lever that drives performance, builds trust, and enhances the competitiveness of European economies. Why is this so? Because effective corporate governance provides the framework by which organizations are best managed and governed. It ensures transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership at all levels. It empowers boards to make informed and strategic decisions, proactively manage risk, and align incentives between management and stakeholders. As such, corporate governance becomes the foundation upon which sustainable growth, innovation, and long-term value are built. The European Commission's new competitiveness compass recognizes this imperative. It calls for the renewed focus on innovation-led productivity, the removal of persistent barriers, and better coordination of policies at EU and national level. Corporate governance is central to this vision. It is the mechanism that aligns our collective efforts, ensures compliance, and fosters the trust needed to attract investment and talent. History has shown that companies with strong corporate governance are better equipped to weather crises, adapt to change, and seize new opportunities. Investors have recognized this is as more than 70 considers governance as a priority in their investment-making decisions. As we begin our discussions today, let us remember that Europe's competitiveness depends not only on our ability to innovate, but also on our commitment to the highest standards of corporate governance. By unlocking the governance advantage, we would unleash the full potential of our companies, economies, and societies. Let us seize the opportunity to build a more resilient, innovative, and competitive European Union where good corporate governance is not just an aspiration, but our common competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacek, for those inspiring remarks and also for sharing a bit of history about the beautiful venue we're in right now. We're now delighted and immensely proud to have with us here on stage this morning the Minister of State Assets of the Republic of Poland. The Minister will deliver his speech in Polish, but for those of you joining online, you have an option to enable auto-generated subtitles in English or any other languages. Ladies and gentlemen, a big and warm welcome to Mr. Jakub Jaworowski. Please, Minister, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Some 25 years ago, Andrzej Wajda, a famous Polish director, when he was giving his acceptance speech when he was receiving an Oscar, started in English. Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak in Polish. And so I decided to go with the same strategy. I'm sorry for all of those that it creates a bit of trouble. Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz dzień dobry. Jest mi bardzo miło, że mogę być tutaj dzisiaj z Państwem. Ten temat i to wydarzenie jest dla mnie podwójnie ważne. Po pierwsze dlatego, że poprawa ładu korporacyjnego jest jednym z moich priorytetów jako ministra, a po drugie dlatego, że właśnie dzisiaj mija rok, odkąd objąłem ten urząd, co oczywiście skłania do pewnych refleksji nad tym, co się przez ten rok wydarzyło. I tak jak powiedział pan Jacek Kędzior, z czym się absolutnie zgadzam, że corporate governance nie jest absolutnie żadnym boksem, w którym musimy zrobić jakiś tik, tylko jest prawdziwym lewarem wzrostu, to chyba nie ma lepszego miejsca do obserwowania tej prawidłowości jak Ministerstwo Aktywów Państwowych i spółki z udziałem Skarbu Państwa, bo przez ostatnie 8 lat, delikatnie mówiąc, to corporate governance kulało i to miało absolutnie wymierny skutek. I tym wymiernym skutkiem są miliardowe odpisy związane z nietrafionymi inwestycjami, które były często podejmowane w sposób sprzeczny z takim dobrym corporate governance. Ale to też, mam nadzieję, działa też w drugą stronę, bo kiedy podsumowywaliśmy sobie ten rok w ministerstwie, to sprawdziliśmy, jak ten portfel aktywów, którym zarządzamy, się miewa. I okazało się, że w przeciągu ostatniego roku wartość tego portfela wzrosła o 51 miliardów do 379 miliardów złotych. To całkiem nieźle, te 51 miliardów to jakieś 1,5% PKB Polski. No ktoś mógłby powiedzieć, że no dobra, ale na giełdzie była hossa, ale to też sprawdziliśmy i okazało się, że jak popatrzeć na taki indeks WIG20 Total Return, to on wzrósł jakieś 18%. A spółki z udziałem Skarbu Państwa, które bezpośrednio kontrolujemy, wzrosły w tym czasie na giełdzie o 22%. Te 4 punkty procentowe to całkiem niemało. I proszę mnie źle nie zrozumieć, ja tu nie chcę brać wszystkich zasług za to, ale wydaje mi się, że tu corporate governance ma coś na rzeczy. I może kilka uwag i kilka rzeczy, którymi się zajmowałem właśnie w tym obszarze corporate governance, które uważam za ważne. Jedne są mniejsze, drugie są większe. Pierwszą rzeczą i taką dosyć prostą było zaproszenie do rad nadzorczych spółek z udziałem Skarbu Państwa przedstawicieli akcjonariuszy mniejszościowych. Przez wiele lat było tak, że ci akcjonariusze nie byli tam obecni, teraz zostali zaproszeni, w szeregu tych spółek ci przedstawiciele są i uważam, że to bardzo, bardzo tym spółkom pomaga. Po drugie, wiele spółek, większość spółek z tych największych przyjęło już takie średnio i długookresowe strategie, co też uważam za taką bardzo dobrą praktykę, bo to wyznacza pewne punkty w przyszłości, pewne cele, z których można siebie rozliczać. Po trzecie wreszcie, prowadzimy profesjonalne nabory do zarządów. Wiele firm, wiele rad nadzorczych korzystało przy tym z profesjonalnych usług headhunterów. Będziemy starać się, żeby to w jeszcze szerszym zakresie robić, tak żeby ten dobór kadr był jak najbardziej profesjonalny. Opracowaliśmy także 3 takie dokumenty, które mają zmierzać do poprawy tego ładu korporacyjnego. Takim sztandarowym dokumentem, który został opracowany, czeka teraz na podpis premiera, to jest Kodeks dobrych praktyk nadzoru właścicielskiego. Jego celem jest właśnie wzmocnienie ładu korporacyjnego poprzez wskazanie takich najwyższych standardów. Mówimy tam wiele o tym, jakie powinny być relacje między różnymi organami spółki, jakie są poszczególne kroki w pracy rady, w pracy zarządu. I my powoli już wdrażamy pewne zapisy z tego, zanim to się stanie takim oficjalnym soft law. Drugi taki dokument, który opracowaliśmy, to są dobre praktyki sponsoringu sportu. Te praktyki już pan premier podpisał i takim są w zasadzie 2 nadrzędne cele. Po pierwsze, sponsoring sportu ma służyć spółce do wypełniania jakichś konkretnych celów, zwykle marketingowych, a po drugie ma ten sponsoring cechować się pewną przejrzystością. Znaczy, powinniśmy mniej więcej wiedzieć komu, co i za co, na co spółki wydają. I wreszcie trzeci dokument, który opracowaliśmy, jest to dokument dotyczący wspierania rozwoju zawodowego kobiet w spółkach z udziałem Skarbu Państwa. Są to pewne wytyczne, które też już zostały wprowadzone i one są teraz wdrażane. Tutaj niebagatelną rolę odegrała współpraca z organizacjami międzyrządowymi, pozarządowymi, które zaproponowały te rozwiązania. I teraz jesteśmy na etapie ich wdrażania. Pierwszym krokiem było, i to już się wydarzyło w większości spółek, wpisanie do celów zarządczych tego, żeby zarządy dbały właśnie o wspieranie rozwoju zawodowego kobiet. Będą oczywiście dalsze kroki. No, takim sztandarowym jest wypełnienie dyrektywy Women on Boards, chociaż jeszcze ciągle czekamy na naszą krajową implementację tych przepisów. I tu także w tym obszarze bardzo bym chciał i dążę do tego, żeby spółki z udziałem Skarbu Państwa były takim liderem dla spółek prywatnych, bo tu statystyka rzeczywiście dla nas jest trochę gorsza, jak się popatrzy na spółki giełdowe, ale nie jest wcale taka różowa dla spółek zupełnie prywatnych, które są notowane na giełdzie. I to są takie działania, które podjąłem w ostatnim roku na rzecz budowania tego corporate governance. I z tej rocznej pracy widać już, że ta praca nad poprawą i wzmacnianiem ładu korporacyjnego to jest proces żmudny, trudny, długotrwały i który przynosi efekty często trudno mierzalne w bardzo długim okresie. Ale jest to absolutnie fundamentalne do budowania długoterminowej wartości aktywów państwowych i dlatego jestem absolutnie zdeterminowany, żeby ten proces kontynuować. Życzę Państwu udanych dyskusji i dziękuję bardzo za uwagę.
Very much, Minister. Thank you. Now we have a short video message from Commissioner Michael McGrath, who is in charge of democracy, justice, the rule of law, consumer protection, and corporate governance in the European Commission. He apologized for not being here in person, but let's hear from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank EY, their partners, and the Polish Presidency of the Council of the EU for the opportunity to address this prestigious gathering. I am delighted to share with you some thoughts about how EU law seeks to ensure that corporate governance boosts competitiveness. Less than a year has passed since the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive was adopted, following intense negotiations. This marked an important milestone in the EU corporate governance landscape. With this directive, we aim to benefit all stakeholders of large businesses, from suppliers to workers and investors to clients. On the one hand, establishing a mandatory framework for human rights and environmental due diligence covering subsidiaries and value chains around the world seeks to ensure that businesses contribute to our sustainability goals. On the other hand, this framework gives companies a governance tool to develop a sustainability-focused mindset, allowing them to strengthen their supply chain resilience, to foster innovation, to improve efficiencies, to reduce their dependencies, and ultimately to improve their longer-term competitiveness. In short, the directive regulates a policy area where our sustainability objectives meet our competitiveness agenda. And in this area, a careful balance has to be found, which is not easy to strike. Proportionality was at the forefront of the Commission's thinking throughout the entire legislative process. However, experience with legally binding and horizontal due diligence laws and related sustainability reporting was limited. Therefore, we remained attentive to the concerns of those gaining experience who would apply the directive in practice. We carefully considered all suggestions and decided to address the concerns expressed by stakeholders by adjusting the directive. In February, the Commission presented its first overarching simplification package, the Sustainability Omnibus proposal, amending the corporate sustainability reporting and due diligence laws. This is the first package in a series of measures responding to calls to set clearer and simpler rules for businesses and to drastically reduce reporting, administrative and regulatory burdens. The changes proposed seek to prevent companies facing an excessive increase in short-term costs. The aim is to eliminate unnecessary burden and complexities, which are key enablers of competitiveness, all while upholding the sustainability objectives. By creating a more favourable business environment, we are helping companies to grow, to innovate, and to create quality jobs. But we're also helping them invest in net zero and deliver the sustainability transition. This, in turn, is decisive for their long-term competitiveness. And this brings me to the substance of the proposal. By shifting from frequent, in-depth assessments of adverse impacts beyond direct business partners to checks every 5 years, we are looking to balance efficiency with effectiveness. In addition, we're proposing extra measures to protect SMEs and small mid-caps from overly detailed information requests. Also, our proposal to extend full harmonisation of the EU framework is a significant step forward. By covering the core due diligence obligations, we're not only creating a fairer level playing field across the EU, we're also answering frequent calls from stakeholders, especially from industry. In all, these three elements could reduce administrative burden while still ensuring that due diligence remains effective and impactful. Looking ahead, I welcome the endorsement of the Stop the Clock proposal by the Council and the European Parliament. This is a sensible pause, giving companies more time to prepare by postponing the transposition and application deadlines of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive by 1 year. At the same time, we're proposing to advance the guidelines on the due diligence process. This establishes legal certainty for the duration of the negotiations on the substantive amendments and provides companies with more time to prepare for full compliance. It is now for the EU's lawmakers, the Parliament and the Council to negotiate and adopt the proposal on content. We urge them to act with a sense of urgency, matching our ambitions. The clock may be paused, but the need for progressing on sustainability and human rights remains pressing. Finally, I'd like to turn to the potential review of the Shareholder Rights Directive, which has been announced in the Savings and Investment Union strategy and will be discussed at the next plenary of the High-Level Forum on Justice for Growth in June. This directive has long been a cornerstone of our efforts to enhance corporate governance and promote shareholder engagement in the EU. But as financial markets evolve, we must ensure that it continues to meet the emerging needs of companies listed on EU-regulated markets, investors and intermediaries operating across the single market. While these financial market participants each face specific challenges, a key set of common issues revolves around inefficiencies, high costs and the challenges posed by cross-border operations. A review of the directive could help simplify the rules and further streamline processes, notably through greater reliance on digital tools, reducing administrative burden. And by removing barriers to cross-border investment, which still hinder the free flow of capital, this review could help us create a more integrated, resilient and investor-friendly market, boosting European competitiveness in a rapidly changing global economy. With this, I am glad to have been able to share with you initiatives on how the new EU agenda can drive competitiveness, and I wish you a productive conference as you discuss this question among yourselves. I look forward to working together under this mandate to enhance the competitiveness of the EU economy through better corporate governance. Thank you.
Many thanks to Commissioner McGrath for sending us that video message and also for sharing some thoughts and perspective on the very important issues from corporate governance, due diligence to shareholder rights at the critical time for the future of Europe. Elsa, just reflecting on the video we have just seen, was there anything there that really stood out to you? Anything you'd like to perhaps share with our audience today?
Well, I think the audience will be really interested about this new omnibus simplification package and how it's aimed at kind of boosting the streamlining and the effectiveness of the due diligence directive. And I know we have a panel later on today that will address this, so very much looking forward to that conversation.
Brilliant. I mean, I like those remarks. I can agree more with you on that one. But time to move on, and we're going to move from the big ideas, the vision, to real-world action. We're going to be kicking off our first fireside chat of the day. We're going to be hearing directly from a board chair, an investor, and a CEO on how corporate governance can drive growth and sharpen Europe's competitive edge. Please welcome
Alco van der Neden, CEO of Accountancy Europe, and his speakers on stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. I'm delighted to be here. I'm honored to be here with my two wonderful guests, Sebastian Bucek and Sofia Dzik. They are both very distinguished guests, and why? Because the topic we will be discussing is about how Europe, how we can get more access to capital markets, to capitals, more access to savings for innovative investments. And what do we need to do to enhance and grow competitiveness through unlocking capital? So please have a seat before I will go through both your CVs. Sebastian is the CEO and founder of Quercus, which is a listed Warsaw asset manager. He started his career in asset management at ING, and he has massive investment experience with the US and EU, although the majority of activities takes place here in Poland. And Sofia is the founder and chairwoman of the Humanities Institute and is in many boards, including CCC. Her specialty, if I may, is governance and innovation in business and ethics, with a focus on social impacts. So, looking at the European investment market and comparing it with, for example, the US, Sebastian, how do you think that the EU can become more effective when it comes to unlocking the untapped capital that we see and contribute to more competitiveness? What would the angle be you would take, and how would you advise Mr. McGrath and his colleagues to go forward?
Good morning. Thank you for invitation. It's a difficult question because we see big difference in, let's say, investment attitude, US versus Europe. American investors are much more equity oriented. Here in Europe, we are rather more cautious, more deposit oriented, with safer products. And it will be very difficult to change this looking on continental Europe. But in Poland, we started this transition to capitalism 35 years ago. We started with Warsaw Stock Exchange at the beginning of 90s. And I must say, we are quite successful regarding this transition, regarding whole economy, but also about our capital market. By the way, yesterday we had all-time high on Warsaw Stock Exchange, so good timing for our conference. And we see that this interest of clients in stocks, in equities in Europe, also in Poland, is maybe not very high, but this is our job to stimulate it, to change it, and we are doing this every day. I'm involved in asset management business for almost 30 years. So I'm promoting investments and also investments in stock exchange for this 30 years, and still we have a lot of job to do. Regarding issues related to corporate governance, we are doing, I hope, good job in Poland and also in Europe. Of course, we have many regulations, and sometimes I have such impression that in companies more and more people are involved in non-business activities than in business activities. We are trying in our company to still be more focused on business, but I see every year growing number of people who are involved in non-business activities. And my dream is to, let's say, remember about the main goal of each company, which is the business. And the non-business activities are, of course, important, but without focus on business, Polish or European companies probably will lose versus American or Chinese companies in long term.
Before we go to the part of regulations and all the red tape and the non-alignment of European capital markets, you raised a very important topic, I think, and I will go immediately off script. So, Sofia, what Sebastian said basically was Europeans are risk averse.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Besides the governance, that of course should be the catalyst not only for the control, but definitely for the strategic risk taking. It should provide the ground for the clarity of decision making or split of duties, but also of accountability. One, but not the least, definitely should create the ground to answer the question where we want to be and what game we want to play in Europe, to what extent we want to build it still on our values, whether we want to be the second United States or maybe second China. I think that we have to find our own way, not to sacrificing the thing that we are proud of. And now coming back to the things that I see the challenge, because the question was how the governance can help. I believe that the main answer lies in our attitude. It's the question to what extent we European, in terms of our comfortable life and appreciation for the welfare, we are hungry enough for going on the battle for being more competitive, going back to this startup attitude. How to change the whole structure of the investments. Because I think that a lot of responsibility, already for a few years when I'm on these panels, I talked that not the red tape of the Europe is only to be blamed for the lack of our competitiveness. It's the structure of the investment funds and the short-termism. I'm just coming from Japan. And there are a lot of fascinating stories. Also the fact that there are a lot of parks and places in Japan that the plants are being grown with the perspective and being chosen from the small plant with a perspective of 100, 200 years. We now have patient capital. We are more risk aware, and we have to change the attitude for the risk averse, and we have to change the attitude more for being risk aware, but increase our appetite for risk. Yesterday, I was at the ceremony of granting scholarships in the biotechnology, and I was listening to the young scientists that got the grants for the basic research. And how can we be innovative where we request the system of granting, request the return on the basic research. You can't progress if we won't have this long-term changing from this short perspective, squeezing the companies and the prospects for 5 years perspective to cash it out, to allow for the much longer perspective of the investment, but at the same time looking and thinking of the ultimate goal, where we want to be, whom we want to serve with the innovations that we want to take. I'm also lacking the focus, because I'm happy that the European Union took a lot of actions. We have this Innovation Council, but the same in Poland. The discussion is for everything, from the, forest, this and that. We can't be everything. The part of the success and also being competitive, we need a focus, especially that we are feeling the moment of the time, that the microeconomic changes, the destruction that we have in the world, is not only bring the fear, but it brings a lot of chances for us in Poland, together with the technological revolution. I believe that we can definitely take a part. I remember also this, the great quotation, I think it was film The Grid, when there's this famous scene and they say, you can win in 3 ways. Either you are first, or you are smarter, or you cheat. And I believe that we can be smarter. We proved in Poland that we can be smarter, and there's a question how Europe in all this can be smarter. But definitely we need the change from and answering the question to what extent we are only moving between the fat cats and the hot pistols towards the more sustainable long-term attitude and also risk openness for more risk-taking.
Looking at where we currently are, so the necessity to unlock blocked capital for innovative investment, especially in the small, medium enterprise market, where they find it difficult to get access to capital, and they move to the United States. So we have one element, Sebastian, that you alluded to, that is the environment must become more business-friendly. And the other side is the risk-averse attitude of Europeans. These two topics are quite different, but they are also the same. What do you think is needed within Europe to cut the red tape and make the environment more business and more investor friendly on the one side? And on the other side, how can we give the, call it, spoiled Europeans sufficient securities and guarantees that their investment somehow will be backed either through intangible asset-backed securities or whatever?
Maybe I start with such notice. When we compare US and Europe, we see very big difference between attitude of politicians to equity investments. In US, we have president who is saying, buy the stocks, and the market is going up. And many senators and other very important politicians, they have really big investment in stocks. In Europe, the situation is quite different. I don't know in every country in Europe how the situation really is, but in Poland, the majority of our top politicians, they don't have any stocks, any equities. They have real estate, maybe small deposits, and that's it. So if we want to change the attitude of the whole system, it might be the reason to change it from the top. Yes, if the key people in the country, from political point of view, are not investing in equities, it's very difficult to maybe organize such system to convince people that this is good direction. Yes, so we see very big difference between US and Europe, including Poland, regarding access to the capital. Also for small and mid-sized companies in Warsaw, for example, on Warsaw Stock Exchange, we don't have any problems. If the project, the company is good, always we see capital interested in buying such a company and investing money even.
But being patient enough, or expecting already the break-even in 2-3 years?
We have different companies. We have also biotech companies on Warsaw Stock Exchange listed for many years, and now they are in small crisis, but not because the crisis in the sector is only in Poland. Whole sector also in US is in a bad situation now. But in general, the capital is accessible. I mean, if the project is good, we don't see any problem with capital. The question is, sometimes the projects are too risky, or people who are organizing these projects, let's say, not so responsible. So this is maybe the challenge, yes? But summarizing, I would say one very important change we would like to see in coming years is the change of the political world in Europe towards equity markets, because it is still very, very different than in US. In Europe, politicians, they invest in real estate, in deposits, not in equities, and maybe this is something we could change.
We have, of course, 27 different systems that is driving up cost of compliance tremendously, which should be cut down. We have fragmentation, we are risk averse, and tax systems are not aligned. So income is taxed everywhere differently. Sophia, which one would you like to tackle the first? What would your advice be to the Commission?
I think that I would add to it a bit more, because I'm lacking the overall integration. There is a lot of silo approach still, and then also in our panel we were supposed to address the small and medium business and also the innovation part. And I think that there is no clarity. There are so many institutions, funding places. I wish that the small business could have like one-stop shop that could go and ask any questions and get also the support of the financing, the advisory in terms of, I know, structure, management, all the other support. Also, we can see it in the institutions, we can see in the approach of the governments and the systems, that on one hand, we are talking about the collaboration, but the deglobalization brings a lot of risks that the countries go on their own. I think it's quite clear that the Europe can really win the game by being much together, especially when we take into account the gap in the investments in the infrastructure. We talk about AI as a game changer. We are dramatically changing, needing the infrastructure. We are proudly announcing building of our AI factory now in Poland, in Poznań, for 200 million. But at the same time, United States or other places invest $500 billion of dollars in the infrastructure. That we can only build and act together, and I can see still too much silos and too little idea how to bring certain organizations and investments together to create a good ground also for sandboxes. We talked about the necessity of taking more risk. I'm really extremely proud from the way that Poland made over the last 30 years. Especially that I was taking my exams. Now we have matury in Poland. I had my matura in my adult exam in 1989, which was exactly the year of change. That I can say that I started my academic life in the new Poland, contributing to the change. But still I'm missing the infrastructure for the sandboxing. If we want to get the breakthrough ideas, we need to create the system that will support also the risky projects. Not only the good projects, like Sebastian said, the good project can get funding. Yes, I'm also an investor taking part in some investment rounds or something. And good investment means that it's got a clear, usually plan, good way to the market, or even being after already some proof to the market. But we are talking about supporting the innovation and the breakthrough from the very beginning.
Moving on to that, when it comes to innovation, small or medium enterprises in need for capital to invest throughout Europe assume that we have a single European capital market with a single set of rules, like, for example, in the US. We did it, yes, we did it. Then there is, of course, the case of how do you value a business case of a startup, innovative organization. To build trust that investors think there will be a certain return on investment. How do investors look at that, at assessing future cash flow of startups, small, medium enterprises?
So we are investors in the next phase of the company development, so companies listed on exchange. So maybe the best person to answer such question would be a person responsible for venture capital and private equity investments. But talking about the whole European capital market, the rules should be roughly the same, but we cannot imagine one capital market in all countries, because we are afraid of such situation that mid and small companies from specific countries like Poland then probably would have much more difficult access to the capital. So we prefer such situation that we have strong equity market here in Warsaw, strong Warsaw Stock Exchange with 400 companies listed. And I hope that new companies will be listed in coming months. And we, of course, we will look at every project, but all these projects are at the later stage of development. They are not startups. Yes, in startups we have quite active Polish entrepreneurs who before were, for example, owners of companies listed on Warsaw Stock Exchange, and later in the next phase they invest in many startups. I see this especially in biotech sector. But unluckily, the majority of these companies are not very successful because these projects are quite difficult. But the willingness of these entrepreneurs to invest in the startups, I would say, is still positive, is still high. We invest in later stage in mid and smaller companies, but with track record. We have capital, clients who are interested in investing in such companies, not only in fixed income instruments, but also in equities. So I believe we will have much better market, equity markets in Poland in coming years. We should capitalize the situation that the market is on the top at the moment, and Polish society does not have any knowledge about the situation. Yeah. Do you know that the main index of Warsaw Stock Exchange is plus 30% year to date? So the equity market is really good, in really good condition, and valuations are not very high. But the awareness of people of the stock exchange market is much, much smaller than it was in 90s, when we had this privatization boom. And we must together work on awareness of people that we have very good companies in Poland, listed on Warsaw Stock Exchange, both blue chips and mid-small companies. They are doing a great job, they are expanding, and they are not focused only on Poland, but convincing the society, people with money, this is our job.
Thank you, interesting. But speaking about trust and about systems, Sofia, you as a businesswoman and an investor, Mr. Draghi said that we should become more competitive, but that we should not forsake on our efforts on the Green Deal. Still, we've seen what we call omnibus. How does that affect, you think, the European investment climate? In a positive way or in a negative way? And how do you, as a CEO, absorb this change in basically the regulatory environment in Europe that came quite sudden, I guess, compared to usual European decision-making processes?
Yeah, actually, I have started my one of the first sentences at today's fire chat. I said that on one hand, the governance should allow for this more risky strategic risk-taking, but at the same time not sacrificing the purpose and the values that Europe perceives as important. And I believe that there is no way back in terms of green transformation. And yesterday we saw a great movie of Interface, that people, that they were really taking the risk and being the pioneers, setting the goals, being a visionary 30, 40 years ago. And we see what's going on. It's a question of how to combine this run and the need for changing the game in Europe with the clarity mind and the strong leadership that will have the courage to take the decision, like with this forest in Europe, with the 100 and 220 years, to be smarter. Because we see that, recently I don't like quoting Musk, but I was quoting him before, a few years ago already, when he was sending Tesla in cosmos, that he doesn't give our planet too much chance preparing the expedition for Mars. I believe that in our hands is actually to be smarter, and it's a question how big pressure on the small and medium companies the reporting was. And I can see being on the board of several companies that were under the and I can even see and smile at our auditors in one of the companies, how much effort we put this year to prepare the full reporting on ESG. And I can imagine how big effort it can be for the small and medium companies. That the adjustment of some requirements, I think, shouldn't change the entire goals. And I can see also by the examples of the companies that I'm on the board, like Swedish companies that already put themselves on the track of a green energy years back, how big the game changer it is in terms of the cost and the competitiveness. And we can think from the perspective of bottom line and being effective and the cost structure. But we also, I believe that we are sitting here also as a generation that is responsible for the future, for what we are leaving to the world. We are talking about the purpose. And it's the question that we are laying also, I believe, the ground for this future. I love Janusz Korczak, and he was saying, his famous sentence is that you can't leave the world in the place with. Nie możemy zostawić świata takim, jakim jest. Że to jest hańbą dla danego pokolenia, że zostawia świat nieuporządkowany. And there is really a shame for the generation to leave the world not in order. Then answering the question, I believe that we should find our smarter way and combine the short perspective and appetite, increasing the appetite for risk and increasing our competitiveness, not giving up on the place where we want to be as Europe, that we can really compete with in the future. The world will sooner or later catch up with the values that Europe brings in terms of sustainability, because we could see that it was changing. And also I believe that the human-centric AI also will be sooner or later exactly the direction that the world will go. Either we'll have the tech revolution or another October revolution.
So that is a plea for retaining and remaining in the sustainability reporting environment that Europe, of course.
It's a question how to amend it and to ease or support the companies, because we haven't touched also the structures of the boards. Talking about the governance, I can see that a lot of boards are also not risk-taking because they are not fully cooperative. I can see the change in the different risk appetite in the companies that they are managed by the owners and the companies that they are being managed by the
stakeholders.
Yeah, by the stakeholders. It's a total difference, and there is also a difference in the board structure that also need to be strengthened in the strategic competencies. We can see that in Poland, even the last changes in the boards brought many people. I don't want to be taken wrong, but with the overrepresentation of finance or legal or academic, there are too few still people coming to the boards from the experience with the market experience, scale-up experience, and others. All this together, I think, will make us progress. The last sentence about Japan.
Yes, they get nervous.
Yes. The last sentence about Japan. Japan was either under the isolation for 200 years, and still they managed to make a big jump. Then I believe that Europe can do the same.
I'm sure we can, with a bit of goodwill. An applause for the wonderful panel. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you to our amazing speakers. The first fireside chat of the day has just taken place. And what a fireside chat, I should say, and quite a powerful start to our day. I would also say it's quite a strong reminder of how important it is to unlock capital for Europe's growth. I believe we asked you a question during the panel. I think the question was up a couple of times. Shall we have a look at the results and see what you told us? So which factors do you believe will have the greatest impact on improving competitiveness for European companies and SMEs? Drum rolls, no big surprise. It's the EU regulatory simplification. But let me just mention second and third place. Technologies, big topic, massive topic. We need that for the future of Europe. But obviously, we need people with the right skills in the right place. Time to move on, right, Elsa?
Yes, time to move on to our first panel of the day, and it's a critical one, because this panel will explore how corporate boards can navigate in today's turbulent security and geopolitical landscape, and we know this is a big priority for the Polish Presidency of the EU, so very timely conversation.
Great. Now, please welcome the moderator of first panel, Marcin Zaborowski, Head of Correspondence at TVP World, and the speakers on stage. Thank you, Marcin.
I'm delighted to be at this event of the EY. I'm delighted for the invitation. We have a great panel. And I will move into introducing the panel in a moment. But before we do that, we will be treated to a short presentation by Magdalena Krupa-Hernandez, who represents one of the partners of that event, meaning ACCA. And Magdalena is responsible for a big part of the world, meaning Europe, Eurasia, as well as Middle East and Americas, both of them. So Magdalena will deliver a presentation which is focused on a number of case studies. So over to you, Magdalena. You will talk for about 10 to 15 minutes. Later on, we will switch into the discussion here at the panel.
The first was the day when the World Health Organization issued a global alert on emergency in Wuhan, China, of a new strain of pneumonia. Within months, the COVID-19 virus, as it quickly became known, had killed millions and triggered a global lockdown which shattered lives and livelihoods and drove the world economy into a wall. I don't need to remind the audience that the second date is February 2022. That was the Russia's latest invasion to Ukraine. And the third, most recently, just last month, was when the United States of America introduced a shifting scale of tariffs on imports from all over the world. I speak for ACCA, a non-political organization, and we have no public view on the wisdom of USA actions, but simply as a statement of fact. It has disrupted supply chains and business activities over the world with long-term consequences that remain unclear. I am certain that, like me, you remember these three episodes with crystal clarity. I'm also confident that your first thought in this moment was about the risk they posed for the health and welfare of your people. And right after, the second thought was what it meant for your organizations. I want to say a little bit more about each of them. We learn more in times of adversity than that in times of prosperity. And I vividly remember the day when the full effect of COVID virus was still uncertain, and we told our people to stay away from their offices and to work at home, just for a few days, as a precaution, until the situation was clearer. A few days. As we all know, lockdowns dragged a lot longer. You will have your own experience of how you responded, how your organizations adapted. At ACCA, we massively accelerated existing plans for digital transformation, and in a timescale which seems astonishing in retrospect, we made sure all of our people could work remotely and that we could continue providing a service for 250,000 members and 500,000 future members around the world. For the first time ever, we launched remote exam sittings with online invigilation to ensure integrity, so that people who are already studying ACCA qualification could continue on their professional journey and keep their dream of education even amid those dark days. Colleges and exam centers were closed, but the path to career remained open. I'm proud that we were able to do that, and now, in 2025, we gain countless benefits from those times that we had to innovate out of necessity. The digital capability invested in then means that all of our ACCA members, future members, and partners in business and education can get all the help, guidance, and support they need or want, whenever they want it, wherever they are in the world. I believe that organizations that are thriving today can tell a very similar stories of resilience. We mourn those people we lost, and we regret the fate of many great businesses which didn't survive, but we learned valuable lessons that serve us well in an era where global shocks have become routine and just part of everyday business life. We have learned the values of agility, of flexibility, and of creativity, and the organizations which will survive and thrive through to the middle of the century and beyond will fill their teams with people who embody these qualities, and they will build them into their corporate culture. None of us will ever forget the second date, February 22, when tax rolled into Ukraine. It triggered a nightmare which isn't over yet, and I do not need to say too much more about the immediate horror of the time, or the subsequent suffering which continues until very day. For me and for my colleagues across ACCA region, the immediate concern was the physical safety of our friends and colleagues based in Ukraine. In many cases, we responded to the crisis in a human way, by opening hearts and homes to the refugees. But we feared for the future of our work in Ukraine, especially in education. After all, who would want to carry on studying accountancy if the future of their nation was in danger? The answer we know today: thousands of people. In fact, the danger made young people yearn for a more settled future, and they raised their sights beyond war to hopes for a professional future and the chance to build a new Ukraine once the shooting stops. And so, in spite of all the difficulties and dangers, students continue to study, the teaching continued, exams continued, and even now we are welcoming new Ukrainian members to ACCA community. The lesson for me is clear. When an organization is threatened by risk, even one as deadly as the invasion of a nation, organizations can play a positive role by offering hope and continuing to provide a service which gives people a chance to live their life how they want it and the way they can, despite the threats they face, and to keep the chance alive of a brighter future to come. And the third date, just last month, when the established order of global trade was overturned when the US set tariffs on imports. Most people knew some level of protectionism would be part of the US new trade policy. It was a known risk. The scale was unexpected, though, and leaders and businesses and governments had to react quickly in completely new commercial conditions. Everyone in this audience will have their own experiences how they have responded to this new risk. For ACCA, we were eager to equip our members and partners with clear information to help them through the immediate fog of confusion. It was a moment when our neutral status was a benefit, as we could sidestep the controversy and angry headlines and offer dispassionate advice. We set up a central source of information where we described how we would stay true to our values and amid the tariff turmoil. It explained why tariffs matter for accountants and how businesses could make themselves more tariff-proof. It rose above the partisan reactions which filled public discussion and concentrated on what rather than on how. I know that our members appreciated having resources that took the heat out of the issue and showed constructive way forward for the businesses. Those are three examples from my own experience and from the experience of ACCA of how organizations can promote business continuity in the face of risks. But every organization is different. They respond in a different way. Not surprisingly, in the risk-filled world we see around us today, it is an area of great concern for business strategists. And new ideas how corporate governance can combat risk are pouring forth all the time. For example, there is a growing trend for organizations to widen their base of experience and expertise and opinion gathering to include insights which extend beyond traditional broad structures. An EY report on board priorities for 2025 describes how some far-sighted companies are setting up shadow boards, alternative boards that bring diverse perspectives from around their organizations. They can help boards engage with employees across the workforce, allowing them to better understand people's expectations and concerns. They also give employees an opportunity to share ideas and feel involved in matters that ultimately affect all of them. It's about closing knowledge gaps and ensuring that more voices can be heard, which expands massively a business ability to identify risk, anticipate risk, and respond to risk in an adequate way. Businesses can also boost resilience with a more flexible hiring policy, for example, by hiring experts to advise on hot topics when they arise. There is not a single board on earth that commands a monopoly on wisdom. The world is simply too complex for any one organization to contain all the knowledge it needs. Sometimes it's healthy to know what you don't know and to bring in people who can help. I'll name a few areas where boards have a special responsibility to guarantee strong governance and awareness of risk. These include, first of all, energy security. We see how power cuts and threats to energy supply are a growing threat. Geopolitical tensions can disrupt the steady delivery of fuel and power. Supply systems are at risk from climate and natural disasters, as well as the actions of terrorists and criminals. Boards have a duty to invest in alternative supplies of energy if the worst happens. Supply chain resilience. This was another lesson from the COVID times, and we are learning it all over again in the tariff crisis. Sometimes our supply chain is a slender thread, and smart businesses diversify so that their entire operation does not rely on one source, one supplier, one country for raw material or essential components. Cybersecurity. This is emerging as a bigger threat all the time. We have built a world on digital connections and data, and that world is threatened by cybercriminals. Guarding against the risk is highly complex. It is also highly expensive. Businesses hit by a cyber attack can expect huge costs to fix the breaches. They lose revenue while they are offline. Many are thought to have paid ransomware blackmailers for large sums. It costs a lot of money to build cybersecurity infrastructure, including staff training. Failure to comply with data protection regulation can result in big fines. There is reputational damage when consumers and the public blame the business in the event of data breach or a failure to service. Customers lose trust and they do not come back. The question for board is, do you want to invest huge sums now to reduce exposure to cybercrime, or even more later after criminals have attacked your business? All of this risk highlight just why scenario planning and crisis preparedness are so important for boards. And yet, we see a consistent failure of boards to protect their business against them. Just one example from ACCA latest research on climate risk. Our report, Weathering the Storm, Building Resilience Against Climate Disruptions, which was published in November. It warned that only 1/5 of businesses and organizations are prepared for climate-related disasters. It made the point that the survival of organizations rests on climate risk assessment. Clearly, board directors are crucial leaders in raising awareness and action. By championing transparency in emissions targets and transition plans, boards play a critical role in reducing carbon footprints and advancing net zero goals, and in supporting a fair, inclusive, climate-resistant future. Our report paints a worrying picture of organizations unprepared for weather-related disasters, with out-of-date business continuity plans which don't reflect the frequency of climate-related disasters. 25% have no mechanisms in place to build resilience at all. It is clear from the survey that sustainability is a major issue. In fact, it is the issue that underpins everything else. It's to do with climate emergency, of course, but also threats posed by the inequalities between communities, countries, continents, and that threaten everyone's security and stability long term. We know that global challenges require a global response. And that is why ACCA accepts its responsibility as the world's only global accountancy body to understand the risk that I have described and to help our members and partners navigate these turbulent waters. For us, the response begins with accepting that we owe a duty to serve the public good. It means displaying the qualities of agility and flexibility in the face of ceaseless change. And it means advocating for a new way of doing business that respects the health of people and planet as much as it does profit and loss. And that's business question as much as it is an ethical or a moral question, although it is all of them. Events such as this one today form a valuable part of this vital conversation. And it is why I am very happy that we join together in such a constructive, stimulating, a positive forum for debate. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Well, thank you very much, Magdalena. I think that we've been already introduced to the topic of this panel, which will very much look into the interrelationship between geopolitics, between the risks which exist in the current security environment, and business decisions, really. So I'm delighted that we have a panel like that. Let me just briefly introduce everyone here. You have bio descriptions with the materials that you got here, so it's not going to take very long. We have Katarzyna Pisarska, who chairs Warsaw Security Forum. It's the prime security international relations event in this part of Europe, probably the biggest, the best one. and you are all very much invited to take interest in the Warsaw Security Forum. Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, who presided over the government of Poland in very critical times, so he's no stranger to geopolitical uncertainty. And we will mention that in a moment. Mr. Papierski chairs the supervisory board at the Velobank, and Maciej Witucki chairs the Lewiatan Employers Association, which brings together private businesses in this country. So before we move any further, there is a little bit of a household rule here that I have to announce. We will have this conversation here. I will ask each of our panelists a question, but you are all invited to think about your own questions and issues that you want to raise here with our distinguished panelists. Also, we have some people who follow us online, so some of the questions can be posted on Slido, and I think that they will be somewhere displayed, probably somewhere here. By all means, you can just simply raise a hand when we are done with our first round of questions, or you can just put your question on Slido, and then we will get to that in suitable time. I would like to start with Katarzyna. Katarzyna will give us the roundabout of where we are in terms of the geopolitical risks at this point in time, and what that potentially can mean for your businesses. And we will move consequently then to Prime Minister Mr. Papierski and Maciej. Katarzyna.
Thank you very much, Marcin, and I'll do all that in 4 minutes.
Well,
at least I'll try.
Situation.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's such a pleasure to be here and discuss issues that really concern boards, companies in these very turbulent times. And I think if you are on a board and if you're thinking about the future of your company, you have to start with thinking, where are you coming from? Where are we now, and where are we going? Not only you as a company, but really the world around you. And I have to say, at this point, we actually already have bid farewell to the world order, the world global order that we knew. The world order that we knew as a unipolar US primacy-led order is no longer there. That order was, for the majority of your companies, extremely advantageous, because the fact that only one country had primacy in security, economy, technology, and yet was driven with liberal internationalism, with liberal ideas, meant the expansion of global institutions that set certain rules. That in turn led to stronger globalization, economic interdependence, the unprecedented really levels of trade, of capital flow, and finally led to relative economic, political and geopolitical stability, which basically meant there were fewer interstate conflicts, although of course regional conflicts such as Iraq, Afghanistan, the Balkans continued, but they did not disturb the global order. They did not disturb global trade. That had little, if none, effect on the majority of companies, especially global ones. That was a world order in which we saw a relative win-win approach. We all believed that if we trade together, if we cooperate together, we can all win. Everybody was, to some extent, getting a bit richer. Everybody was benefiting from that order. Yet that order, as I said, is no longer there. What is then now? And if anybody can tell you that they know, they're simply lying. Because we are in a time where the new order is only in creation, in nascendi, and that is why we have these external extreme consequences of the shifts where nobody really knows how the new order is going to look like. We have certain clues, however, and these clues are what should be driving today the thinking of the boards. The clues are as followed. The new world order will most likely be multipolar. What does that mean? It means that power is going to be distributed among several different actors. The United States, China, maybe Europe, India, maybe Russia. And of course, these states will look at their spheres of influence and advance these interests in these spheres. The New World Order will surely, and we see this already happening, be marked by great power competition, especially between the United States and China, which of course means that we will see more, not less, decoupling in critical sectors between these two, whether it be global security, technology, economic systems. So these will be extremely disruptive elements, as we already see for the tariff war today, that are the feature of the system, not an event of the system. And of course, the new global order, however painful it is, also for me personally as a civic activist, means the erosion of global institutions, the erosion of global norms, and that in terms means almost also normative contestation. What do I mean that? That there's going to be competing visions. It's hard for us to appreciate that we did have one global vision in many ways of how the rules of the game should function. That no longer will be there. There will be competing visions of governments, of human rights, of economic models. We'll see competition between the liberal and the authoritarian, increasingly clashing altogether. And that for boards means, unfortunately, weaponization of everything by states if their core interests are at stake, weaponization of energy, weaponization of technology, coming in times where, as Ms. Hernandez said, we're already having disruptive technologies in itself being a problem, having climate-related crisis itself being a huge problem, and yet now, instead of cooperating, we will compete and use something where we should be working together actually to be weaponizing against each other. So what we know about the New World Order is that it's going to be multipolar, it's going to be contested, and it's going to be fragmented. What does that mean? And this is my last, in the 4 minutes, thought. What does that mean for you practically? Well, first and foremost, recognizing that there is still no new normal, and in this in-between time of history we are, actually, we're going to see, geopolitical shocks as a feature of the system, not the exception. So these kind of COVID shocks times 10 every few months. This is what we have to prepare. And what does that mean? It means that geopolitics really has to be at the very core of leadership and boards, thinking about the changing world, thinking about the fragmentation, thinking about where it is not only profitable to invest, but where it is resilient for us, what is long-term, what just makes long-term sense. It means rethinking global footprints. It does mean guiding long-term investment decisions, again, that are guided not only by profitability, but resilience. And finally, sometimes it is about actually thinking where to de-risk, but where to decouple. So in this in-between time, it is really incredibly important for boards to have not only advisors, but also the information that guides these type of strategies. And then, of course, most importantly, it is important to make these decisions long-term, even if they are painful short-term, to think about long-term resilience of your company. So I'll stop here, and I'll be happy also to answer any questions that might later arise.
Thank you, Katarzyna. So I think that we just heard that you can say goodbye to the old good world of predictability and security, and welcome to the new brave world of uncertainty. And I think uncertainty is something which will feature in our discussion here a lot. This is obviously challenging, but that may also create some opportunities. So let me pass the floor immediately to former Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, who represents here EY as the chair of the advisory board to the partners of EY in Warsaw. So Prime Minister, as we all know, you presided over this government at a very difficult and turbulent time when certainty wasn't there, for this country in particular. But one would like to say that at least when it comes to the issue of competitiveness, at the time, Europe's edge in competitiveness was quite strong. And these days, we have this double challenge: uncertainty, unpredictability, and also Europe's very much lagging behind in all the rankings of competitiveness. So I wonder if you would like to tell us a few words about that. In 4 minutes.
Okay, sometimes multiply by 2. But not in this case. Well, thank you very much. The more I listen to today's conference, the more I have, unfortunately, in mind a very old but good anecdote, which I would like to use to start off my intervention. Because once upon a time, when some of you were very young and optimistic, Bill Clinton was the president of the United States. And at some stage, he went into troubles, which his assistant, Monica Lewinsky, and in that turbulent moment, he asked advisors for inspiration. What should we do to get out of this crisis? And they said, okay, one of them, Mr. President, maybe we will combine our early morning jogging with the running for inspiration. There is a Washington Memorial not far away from the White House. Let's run there and ask President Washington for advice. And they did it, and because they were fit and smart, reached shortly the memorial, and Bill Clinton asked President Washington, Mr. President, what should I do in this complex, difficult situation? And his advice was very traditional: go to the Congress, address those bloody politicians. Maybe at the end they will understand something. So thank you very much, Mr. President. And they turned back to the White House, and suddenly one of the advisors said, but there is a Jefferson Memorial also in this western part of the mall in Washington, if I remember well. So they changed direction. They ran to Jefferson, and he asked President Jefferson for advice. He said, no. You can go to the Congress, but don't believe those bloody politicians. They're liars, they're bad guys. So you can use the platform to speak to the nation and inform the nation what is your problem and how you struggle with those horrible politicians. So well, that was not bad, said Bill Clinton. Let's go back to the office. So on the way to the office, one of the advisors said, there is a Lincoln monument, beautiful obelisk, if I remember well, in the neighborhood. They were really tired and over the time, but they decided to reach Lincoln anyway. So they reached the target, and President Clinton asked President Lincoln what is his advice, because his situation is difficult and he's really tired and upset with the politics and politicians. And President Lincoln said, go to the theater. And because we are in the theater, so it reminds me that the theater could be also a nice place for assassination if you are a little bit tired with the politics. So what I'm saying is that it's not easy to find inspiration, but also the people who are trying to find the solutions are a little bit, or not a little bit, they're complacent. And particularly in Europe, they're complacent, and they try to use the yesterday's solutions for the future, which is is unbelievable, impossible, and so on and so on. And I'm really happy that even in Germany, I hear nice expressions like, we were lethargic over the years. Or sometimes you can say even they're behaving like lunatics, you know, in reading the present situation. And so maybe some should go to the theater and to find a final solution there. But nevertheless, if we don't wake up and we get rid of this traditional, typical European complacency, and some of the think tanks in Brussels already developed that we have to develop Pax Europeana instead of Pax Americana. So the Pax Americana is over, as Professor Pisalska suggested. Maybe this is a small exaggeration, but let's believe that it could be the case. So let's establish Pax Europeana, and we will set the new order and the model. This is a massive misunderstanding and miscalculations, which is a mistake. If we go from that big high level, because I don't try to multiply my intervention by 2, to the board level, I think the same complacency is observed. Because, of course, everybody would like to speak about those progressive, beautiful ideas of improving well-being, of climate change, and ECG is the best business for consultants, and reporting on different problems, and of course could be limited less, and of course look at the same time, look what an enthusiastic change happened in the US over the last few months, when suddenly the departments in big tech companies, which consisted of 100 people or more, dealing with the DEI, and then reporting to the board and following whether the different racial or sexual disparities really took place in the company. Suddenly they closed down those departments and turned a little bit more to business and financial results instead. So, well, this is significant change, which I hope will come back to Europe, will wake up the boards, and that they would become less preachers and more business-driven people, identifying the different risks, like supply chain, but supply chain has to be understood in terms of weaponization of supply, which was visible already in 2010. In 2010, China, for the first time, used this rare earth minerals as a weapon against Japan in order to find solution for the negotiation regarding the islands. So it's nothing new, but we were simply like lunatics, you know, happy in our yesterday's life, and we didn't observe the situation unless Russians came and knocked on our door and proved that oil and gas could be a weapon, and then Chinese recently proved that all the rare earth minerals could be a weapon, and so on and so on. So really we have to change the priorities. And finally, and let me say it, even I know that I'm a kamikaze, or at least in the same situation, why the board is accepting everywhere the so-called remote system of work in the companies. And they don't observe that after years of preaching about how leadership should build upon good team spirit and the cooperation and the understanding and acceptance and whatever. And suddenly we are happy to say that even if we don't know our employees for 3 years, it's perfect because we know how to run the company. And we believe that this is sustainable. No, it's not. Finally, as Professor said, this is unsustainable. So the sooner we drop this model and the sooner we become, as Secretary Besant call us, green country, because green country is a country with low tariffs and military support. So it's better in this situation being a green country than a red country, which is without any military support and with high tariffs from Americans. So that's my small advice, and a little bit try to spend few hours more in the office shortly or soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I did not quite expect that much enthusiasm for the call to drop the remote work from the audience, but we got it. So thank you very much, Prime Minister. And let me pass the floor over to Mr. Papierski. Mr. Papierski chairs the board of the supervisory board of the Velobank. So we're moving here to the level of business and implementation. So we all know that the current security environment means certain challenges which are very visible on the field, battlefield out there in Ukraine, but there are some which are less visible. On the day before yesterday, Prime Minister of Poland very clearly pointed finger at Russian services as being responsible for the sabotage and fire in Marywilska, one of the shopping centers here in Warsaw. On daily basis, banks and other financial institutions are under cyber attacks. We just really don't talk about it. I guess that not necessarily everybody wants to talk about it, but there's a real challenge there for the banks, and that also creates additional costs. So I wonder whether you'd like to tell us a little bit about how you're dealing with cybersecurity threats.
Obviously, thank you very much for the invitation and good morning to everyone. Before I start, first of all, I'm practicing remote work and I hate it. And I'm fighting against this in all organizations I'm sitting in the board. So that's a bit schizophrenic. I will try to use it less, I promise. Anyhow, about the risks, let me start with a short introduction about banks being quite peculiar entities, institutions, because they differ a bit from most of the businesses that you usually think about when talking about business. So banks, on the daily basis, first of all, they are all about managing the risks. They do it on the daily basis. They predict whether the client pays back the money. They predict whether the company can continue its operations for the next couple of years. This is a core business and bread and butter for the banks. Second, the banks are part of the critical infrastructure in every country, because on the banks there is a responsibility for the money flows, and also there is a responsibility of a fundamental part of why clients feel safe. They know where their money is. Three, they are in itself very complex and regulated organizations. There is a daily supervision, monthly supervision of both local regulator and European regulator that takes care of us remembering that there are some rules in risk management, in contingency planning, in continuity planning. So this is the bread and butter for us. And actually that's an area where the banks are far more advanced than majority of non-regulated enterprises. Because of not presence of direct supervisor, banks simply are more advanced in that than the usual manufacturers or servicers. It's a bit different story when your IT system in the bank breaks down, you lose the client. If the IT system of the cinema breaks down, you lose 1 day of revenue. That's the difference. And the fourth very important element, I believe sometimes missed in the discussion, is that how intensive are the relationship of clients with the banks. The relationship of the banks with the clients is a fundamental and phenomenal asset that is rarely seen in other industries, in other businesses. And this enables, on one hand, us as banks to promote certain behaviors, including either ESG compliance if somebody wants, or the preparedness for some risks, like cyber risks, in the future, to make sure that the clients of the banks know about this, they are conscious, and they prepare themselves, stimulated by the communicate they receive from the bank. So with these couple of features that I have mentioned, I believe that the key role for the banks is twofold. One is to provide resilience and safety for the risks, including the cybersecurity risks, in order to have the money flows continue, to have the uninterrupted action. And by the way, neither COVID, nor war in Ukraine, nor the recent power play between US and China has led to a significant troubles at the banks. I don't know a single bank that bankrupted because of those three events. There were bankruptcies meanwhile, but not because of these three events. And this is not an accident. This is not just happened. This is a result of a huge preparation wave of the banks, and that took place before that on the daily basis as a result of the supervision of the regulations, sometimes very excessive and painful, but actually when the time comes, they prove to be quite adequate. And this is the result of the very significant capital preparation of the banks. As an example, in Poland, over the last 3 years, total equity of banks, the fundamental amount of capital that banks maneuver, has increased by approximately 50%, from slightly less than 200 billion in 2022 to over 300 billion total equity at the end of March 2025. First time in the history crossing the 300 billion Polish zloty mark. Very, very significant buffer for adopting some losses if they come, fortunately not, hopefully not, but also a great buffer for lending money to new projects. And that's the second part, that's the second task of the banks, which I can see in the current circumstances, facing the risks. To stimulate and promote and also provide financing of future projects that will, in a near or longer future, help us defend today's fragility and temperance that is happening either between US and China, or because of COVID, or because of the war in Ukraine. We have to act today and help clients today to be prepared tomorrow for these events that will have the consequences tomorrow, like the energy, like the preparation to finance military sector, or sometimes simply to be with the clients flexibly, helping them to go through their troubles caused by those geopolitical tensions. Like it happened during COVID. I remember that I spent then working in the other institution and being responsible for the corporate banking of that bank. I spent enormous, uncounted hours talking to clients, just listening to their questions, listening to their dilemmas, and helping them to go through the situation, sometimes not even using money, sometimes only using time, but together we went through this crisis very well with very minimal level of non-performing loans that came out of crisis. That's fundamental role of banks. And now coming back to the question about the cybersecurity, coming back to this key issue that is absolutely present in every business, not only in banks. Actually, according to CERT, banks are number 2 industry exposed to the cyber risk. The number 1 is retail trade and wholesale trade, where the majority of cybersecurity incidents take place. Banks are number 2, followed by energy sector and by media. So definitely that's something fundamental for the banks, which are all about safety, as I have explained. But on the other hand, we have also clients that want to use more and more this kind of tools to bank with the banks, to help to use the bank services. On one hand, we have to make sure that these tools, the mobile apps and internet applications, are very safe. On the other hand, we are aware of the growing cyber risks, And we have to match these two things. And we have to catch up with our resources and decisions to make sure that we deliver clients what they want, being conscious that this costs money, and being conscious that this sometimes will require additional spending on something that we didn't plan to, but that's fundamental. So maybe I stop here, but I will comment with one final, maybe a bit lighter on lighter tone comment about how these geopolitical tensions raise unintuitive questions. A fresh example from Velobank. Like 3-4 weeks ago, we have been debating a new marketing campaign about promoting the consumer loan to our clients. Velobank is a relatively young bank, 9th largest bank in Poland, acquired last year by Cerberus, one of the largest private equity firms, together with EBRD and IFC. And this promotional campaign was prepared with the movie, filled in with American symbols, with Statue of Liberty, with Skyline Manhattan, and a couple of others that, even for a blind person, were obviously related with America. In the times when driving a Tesla is not as fashionable as 12 months ago, this became a dilemma, whether we should be brave and launch such campaign or not. We decided to go for it. The campaign was very well received, but I'm bringing this example to show you that sometimes the geopolitics makes the decisions, simple daily operational decisions, as important as the supervisor boards have to deal with that, which I wish you goes very fast away and we come back to the situations that marketing teams are dealing with marketing, not the supervisor boards.
Thank you very much. So moving on to another example of the micro level, or the more concrete level. We have a pleasure to have with us Maciej Witucki. Maciej represents Lewiatan Association. There are obviously various sizes of industries that your association represents, but I wanted to ask you specifically about SMEs, small and middle-sized enterprises, how they are preparing for dealing with geopolitical risks, because I mean they don't have they cannot rely on a state support to the same extent as industries which are too big to fail. They don't necessarily have a capacity to assess geopolitical risks. So is it all just bad news, or there is some also good news there in this line of industry?
Well, to stay in the provocative line, I think that the SMEs today, they are still much less afraid of the Oreshnik ballistic missiles from Russia than afraid of the local and Brussels politicians. Because when you ask them about the threats, first one will not be a KGB sabotagist throwing a bottle of gasoline Molotov cocktail into their building. It's more about new ESG regulation, new DDD reporting to be put in place. So this is the fear of those guys. Remember that when we speak sustainability, for majority of people in this room probably, it's about the departments, reportings, audits, and large documents. When you speak sustainability to a regular European, not even a Polish SME, the guy or the lady will think about sustain my business. So survive next day, next month, next year. So those companies, they can't afford today to go into those high levels. Means big companies, worst case, you introduce a new regulation in Brussels and Warsaw, the department will grow by 1 or 2 people. Prime Minister Bilecki spoke about some of them closing in the US. We still expect them to do the same in Europe. And I'm not saying about not saving the planet or not like pushing the equality between people and the defense of the workers' right in the companies. It's just we created so many ambitions. It's one word I hate in the regulation, and when we speak about ambitions, because ambitions, it means politicians setting something without themselves understanding what they do set. If you speak about goal and plan and budget, then I can discuss it. When you speak about climate ambition, It means that you set up something because, with all respect, 16 years old girl mounted on the scene somewhere in New York, and we set an ambition, which means nothing. And a lot of those regulations are based on ambitions. There are no numbers, and there's no numbers flying for an SME behind. Because again, I'm a chairman of Orange. We're very proud to have a great department of sustainability and ESG, and we can still afford it, probably as the other banks and organizations are doing. An SME cannot afford to run a sustainability department inside of it. So we have to simplify the regulations without losing the targets, not ambitions, of saving us from the obvious changes in the climate, or saving us, or protecting, I would say, the modern social models within the society. So SMEs, they need to bring the ambitions down to the targets, because again, it cannot create departments. So that's why at the Polish level as Lewiatan, but also at the European level with Business Europe, we are pushing to rationalize the regulations. Again, keep the targets. But the regulations today, they are simply undoable because they are based on ambitions. So we published as Business Europe a list which was brought by national organizations to Brussels in January, a list of 68 very concrete solutions on very much targeted towards the SME companies, so they can afford to participate in this defense of the climate, defense of the human rights, but in the rational way. Some of those regulations have to be abolished completely. A very good example is in April last year, they have been this D directive about due diligence. It's undoable for whomever. Even the largest companies can't afford it, and it's not a question of price. It's a question of these regulations being so stupid and complex, but that nobody can implement it. And hopefully, it will, for the time being, it was frozen. Hopefully, it will be dismantled and eventually replaced by something doable. Because however you're rich, you can't fulfill the obligations of these regulations, even being a big one. For small ones, it's just threatening them. That's why I spoke about the fact that the local members of the parliament and the commission and the parliament in Strasbourg, they are threatening people more than the ballistic missiles. And that's why they do not invest. We have today in Poland, I remember the previous government had been complaining about, I think, around 100 billion euro on the accounts of companies in Poland. Today, this number is 3 times bigger, and companies still do not invest. And they do not invest because they are afraid. And again, they are afraid, obviously, of the global trends. But if you ask them, number one threat, it's not the missile, and we should arm our country and fight against Russia, but number one threat for the entrepreneurs is regulation. So today the SMEs is what they need and what is happening, because I want here to somehow to congratulate Brussels. We do not realize in Poland now we have this Brzoska initiative, so we deregulated the Polish legal and regulatory landscape. But for me, what was the most striking, that Brussels voted the omnibus within like 15 minutes. 2 years ago, it would take 15 years, and it would be accepted by the end. It passed like immediately through the parliament, so you see this sense of urgency. I think that a lot of politicians also understood, I hope that a lot of politicians understood that somehow, given the global populistic threats in Europe, we have the last chance of this commission and this term of coming 3-4 years to either reform the structure of the community, or will be following what happened in Hungary, Slovakia, what is threatening Germany, France, or Romania in the incoming days. So it's the last chance. This regulatory threat is the number one threat to the SMEs, and what the SMEs need, it's effectively the clear targets which they can fulfill, which they can account in Polish zlotys. And last, because I'm not sure how much time we'll have, one point how to react on those geopolitical risks. I have one additional provocative thought from a friend of mine who is owner of several companies across the region, and the guy told me, what I'm doing today, given the complexity and the revolutionary movements on the markets and between the clients, I don't appoint any executive members of the board above 50. I know it sounds like ageism, so I'm sorry for that, but I'm fulfilling the non-executive boards with experts who can address the geopolitical targets, but at the operational level, the world is so crazy, they need crazy people capable to spend 26 hours a day on the operational field. So I address this crazy world with crazy resources, keeping wise people, and I have to defend myself as well, on the non-executive level. So we have to adapt the companies, we have to adapt the governance, the governance to the new clients and the new speed of the clock of the global economy, because Kasia spoke about the fact that we will have global crises every hour now, as we used to have them every decade in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think I like this.
Do you mind I add one sentence to what Maciej said? One of the extra aspects of the supervisory boards in small and medium-sized enterprises is the perception of what's the role of supervisory board in that organization, because I can see at least two models. One is it's a supervisory board, it's a club for my colleagues from the grammar school and my family members to quote, supervise something, and that's a waste of time and effort. And the other one is obviously the way you have described, to invite people with the competence, experience, and diversity to be challengers of what the CEO and the executive team wants to do. I believe that dilemma is not yet fully reflected in how the supervisory boards are composed in Poland. I can see members of the Association of the Independent Supervisory Board members here in the room, so I believe there is a good topic to have a dialogue during the break, but I believe that's one of the topics for Lewiatan possibly to promote.
And with the age limit or not?
Oh, no, age limit I fully disagree.
So we have consensus on two operational issues, so remote work not so great, and ages but not so nice. And probably not so efficient, yeah, right? Well, you don't know. But, well, let me open up the floor now to you. I don't see any slides here on the screen, but I'm not sure how it's meant to work, really. Which areas do you think require the most urgent board-level attention in today's shifting geopolitical landscape? Energy security and transition, supply chain resilience, cybersecurity, regulatory and policy alignment. So I'm not sure whether that's for the panel itself or whether it's a general question, but we may try to pinpoint our responses to that, perhaps starting with Kasia. Which one do you think out of these areas would be?
I think I said it in my first intervention: scenario planning and crisis preparedness, right. Because everything else follows this. But if I may, about the discussion here, because I started with a very holistic global view, but there's a very special role here for Europe, and I completely agree with the Prime Minister that Europe has to wake up. We have lost our strategic culture as such. We've got used to being part of a global supply chain of everything, from security, military, to of course, economy. And it has become very hard for us to see ourselves as the driver of a lot of the global processes, short of regulations. That's actually where we saw ourselves being very good in regulating, of course, the internal market, but in an extension also the global sphere, especially for our economic agreements and free trade agreements. Now we are in a completely new situation in which we need to think about ourselves as a global actor, which has agency, which is able to also have military power. And all this among 30 plus member states, some in NATO, some in the EU, some in both, some outside. Very difficult altogether. And of course, we need to be much, much more competitive, because if it's going to be a competitive world, we are going to have to compete much more for capital. We're going to have to compete much more for human resources, for people coming, staying. So absolutely, I agree on one side. We need to think about regulations. We need to think about red tape. But at the same time, I have to say I'm a bit torn, because it is the regulations, as you said, in the banking sector that have made you so resilient. That was not the case in 2011, where part of the financial crisis was the banking crisis because there was under-regulation, and that has put us all, together down. Now, 20 years later, well, a bit less, more actually. Yeah, okay, no, a bit less, yes, 15. Now you're saying, well, thanks to this, that we're so well regulated, we are able to actually, be able to look at these scenarios in a much less risk-driven way. So I'm just trying to say, there is no silver bullet. It's not like for Europe to stand on its own feet. We deregulate and everything's going to be just fine. There is so many different channels we have to pursue, at the same time not trashing what has also been our strength. Some of the regulations, especially in the digital sphere, are actually expected by citizens and are needed, especially in the area of disinformation. We are leading grounds. So, altogether, I think we need to have that broader perspective when we look at risks.
I would probably say that. I would probably say that it's more than regulations, it's the ongoing supervision, because I wouldn't expect regulation to be a blue book that gives us the recipe for the life.
But the banking union.
But exactly how KNF in Poland or other regulators in other countries, definitely their model of supervising ongoing daily activity of the banks has changed over the last 15 years and become more intensive, more partnership. So this is not like we perceive regulator purely as a controlling authority. That's a bit different model now. We have in a sector regular meetings as a sector with the regulator, and we mutually discuss the challenges, ongoing challenges, including the cybersecurity issues, including the contingency planning for the sector. I mean, without these things, believe me, the COVID wouldn't happen. This distribution for the COVID resources from the COVID shield wouldn't happen as smoothly. BLIK wouldn't exist. Or cloud solutions for the IT systems in the banking sector wouldn't exist. These are the sometimes invisible results, how the cooperation, I think I have missed that word, the cooperation among the usual competitors and the regulator brings value and safety and resilience for everyone.
So I understand from what Maciej was saying that you firmly believe that we are over-regulated. Probably there is, I'm not quite sure how Prime Minister feels about it. Do you also think that we are over-regulated, or that we are over-regulated in some areas and under-regulated in some others?
Just for the pleasure of discussion, I will say we need more regulation at the moment. Okay, it's a bit provocative, but if you look at it from free trade perspective and single market beautiful and the openness of the European Union to buy electric vehicles from China and subsidize even them because we like to improve climate and be the leader of the world, how we should look after the environment. Those regulations are kaput, in my opinion. But unfortunately, I think you should seriously consider introducing new regulations which are more, let's say, rational and pragmatic, because you cannot close down. I hope the Germans will shortly discover that 7 million people employed in the automotive sector should not be closed down, that business and the sector, because we want to quickly introduce climate change in Europe, and therefore the only manufacturer of electric vehicles for Europe will be China. So if you believe that this is not the best solution, then you should actually introduce certain regulations which bring, I would say, pragmatic and operational attitude to this new situation. If you believe that because there was an opinion that some kind of a militarization or increase of spendings on defense sector is necessary, then you have to understand that to build tanks or airplanes, even passenger, you need steel or you need titan to reinforce the structure of the material. But for that, you need those minerals to be available for us, or if not, then you have to introduce some regulations, because we close down shipyards. We are happy that at the moment 100% of new orders for ships are placed in China. It's fantastic, but without the helicopters or without a ship or vessel, you cannot really fight. So you have to really reinvent yourself and get out of those preaching mood. Europe was really delighted over the last 20 or 30 years since the end of the Cold War. And that's why in those circumstances, even some regulations would be good. And I hope my dear distinguished friend, Mr. Wikstrzycki, will accept a few of them. Oh, it's an exaggeration.
Yeah,
because I agreed already on the age limit that it's abandoned, which you impose now about the regulations.
I think it's on those regulations. It's very important because we use the expression deregulation, and I think it's a wrong one. I invited myself, so I proudly will promote it as re-regulation or better regulation, because actually, and we have somehow we have a plan for it. It's a Letta and Draghi report. I hope that Europe will not forget it, because my fear is with less, today there's a pressure from Donald and Vladimir, so the other Donald. And that's why we are acting. My fear is when this pressure will eventually diminish, which may not happen, then we will start to think again egoistically per country. Today, we need European regulations, new European regulations. Those 27 different regimes will never happen. We need consolidation. It's already written. And by the way, Lewiatan speaks about defense, consolidation of defense market, telecom market, and financial markets. It's capital markets. And those are elements which hopefully will be realized. We need regulations, obviously, as every single I would say, organized area, and Europe is one of them, but we need more of them being written in common. For me, a good example is AI. We are now waiting for this AI Act. If the AI Act if there is only one per Europe, we have a chance to develop some AI. If this will be implemented per country, so we'll have 28 different regimes, there's not a single chance. I will be first one to vote against provocatively against any public money spent on AI if we do it per country. It will make no sense. Either we do it together per Europe on the big AI, or we don't do it at all and we just implement, because at least we have a choice between ChatGPT and ChangGPT, so at least we'll take the supposed to be friendly one. So on these, so regulations is rather re-regulation, new, better regulations. That's what we are promoting very much here in Poland and as Business Europe. And this will bring some vision and stability to the companies, because again, the big ones are rich enough to wait. The small ones are afraid, and if they're afraid, they do not invest. If they do not invest, then the assets are deteriorating, and it's not good for our competitiveness. So this direction of the omnibus every 3 months, worst case every 6 months, those brzoska per country, we need those, because this is helping the mindset of the SMEs, and then they will be ready to invest and rebuild the industrial base.
As I've been just told by our panels, we sadly we are coming up to the end of the session. I just wanted to show the results of the slide of voting that we had, but they have gone. Now they're still here. It looks like that energy, security and transition, and cybersecurity have topped have been picked by you as the these areas which demand particular attention. And the boardroom attention. I have not seen any hands being up in the air, but I think that we had a very good discussion here anyway. We understand that this is a new world of uncertainty. We understand that the remote work is not so great. And that age limit is disputable when it comes to the composition of the boardrooms. And great discussion on the regulation, deregulation, re-regulation, that we have to bring this into our dictionary these days, I guess, yeah. So I would like to thank all our speakers, excellent interventions.
Right. A big thank you to our first panel of the day. What a panel. It's been quite a rich and timely conversation on how governance can meet the challenges of our time. So another big round of applause for Marcin and his panelists. Again, thank you, please. I think I heard cybersecurity a couple times, and I think we'll hear it again at a panel later today. So stay with us. But what's next, Elsa?
But right now we have a short break, and I mean a very short break, because we have 15 minutes to grab coffee, start the conversation, and we'll see you back here at 12:15. Thank you. So, welcome back. I hope you had a great coffee and even better conversation.
Yes, and we're now jumping right back in with our next panel. Sustainability reporting, due diligence, simplification. 3 concepts that don't really go hand in hand. But today, in the next panel, we'll explore how that could happen. Elsa, I mean, is there anything you would like to learn from this panel? Anything you expect to hear from our fantastic speakers coming up next on the stage?
Well, personally, I'm interested to know more about this mysterious word omnibus, if it's a new mode of transport, or actually a real simplification tool. And I hope to gain more from this next panel. And please welcome on stage on moderator for this panel, Andrew Hobbs, who's EMEA Public Policy and Center for Board Matters leader at EY, as well as the impressive panelist. Andrew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elsa and Ivan. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here today. It's been absolutely fantastic this morning. I've really enjoyed the discussion so far, and I think the last panel gave us quite a good segue into what we're going to talk about now, which is, as Elsa's already mentioned, this concept of simplification as being a key enabler to European competitiveness. And I'm being joined on the stage now by an illustrious panel who I'm going to introduce in a moment, together with Tomasz Koszoradski from KGHM, thank you, I practiced that, who is going to do a case study for us. But before that, I'm going to just ask for a polling question to come up on the stage to just check that you are all still awake, still alert, and then we'll go through, if you can answer the question, what you think, give your point of view, and then we will go through the answers towards the end. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to get sorted, and then we're going to hand over to Tomasz to present a case study, which I'll introduce in a second. Okay, you can do that while you're listening to Tomasz. So, Tomasz, you're going to talk to us, present for about 10-15 minutes, and then join us on the bench, on the sofa, so to speak. And you're going to talk to us, I believe, about your experience in implementing CSRD and what it was like for you.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. As Andrew mentioned, I would like to share with the audience how the KGHM went through the first reporting period under the CSRD. We used a few times today already a word provocative, and it was on my mind when I was giving the title for the presentation, 1,000 plus reasons to rethink sustainability reporting. I have some slides, but I think that I will not present them all. I will not follow them strictly. My aim is to talk, as I already mentioned, how KGHM got through the first year of reporting. We are in the wave 1, so I might already share with you some experiences. The aim is also to illustrate how reporting can be complicated. And as an introduction, I just want to have a snapshot about our company, because we are like a really large organization placed on 3 continents. We've got more than 35,000 employees. We've got like 60 subsidiaries. So that means that there is a lot of people who are involved in the reporting. But giving the numbers, the exact numbers, as you can see, our dedicated ASG team, ASG compliance team, is not so big. it's like only 5 persons, yes? Might be surprising. However, it does not mean that only they were involved in the reporting. Across the organization, we have trained more than 500 people. We did it internally. We did prepare the organization for the reporting. Across those 500 people, we've got really well-prepared 350 specialists from the fields of environment, social aspects, governance. To keep it all together, we appointed 56 coordinators. They build the bridges between the internal departments of our organization with our department, which was responsible to gather all the data to prepare all the disclosures. Of course, we were, after preparing the report, we were under the assurance procedures. We've spent with the auditor like 7 months. So those 500 persons across our organization, more or less intensivity, they were engaged in reporting process. Auditors send us like 300 questions. We provide them with like more than 1,000 documents. So really engaging process. Do you think if it was worth? Of course. We from one hand, we might say that we were forced to, okay, but from the another, working on report increase awareness of importance of sustainability issues at all levels of our company, from very ground to the management board. That was some very lively issue within the company within those 7 months. We've discussed a lot about why we are doing this, how we can benefit from that. It was also a big challenge for our organization as international organization, still with some subsidiaries in places like Chile, Canada, US, to explain them the importance of that reporting. After the process, we have many thoughts about how it goes. And I believe that might be also something, maybe also something not which is evident, but now, after that year, we are in the process of designing from the very scratch how we would like to do it in the future. And I believe that after that 1 year experience, we will be better prepared as well, we as an organization, and as well we hope that auditor knows us well, and the assurance will go smoother than it was in 2024. And as I said, the key point would be to have it well designed. Of course, we will support ourselves with some improvements like IT tools we are looking for on the market. Of course, we will collect the data within the year where it's possible, of course, where it's possible to gather the data within the year. So we would like to change the attitude to the reporting from a heavy burden to something which is common and which is not so much engaging. What we think that is one of the most difficult tasks for the year. We've read our report after we've published it, and we see that it's too long. We need to work on it. We need to make it shorter, and we think that we can do it in the way that we can redraft it in the way that will be more understandable for the stakeholders. Maybe a few words also about the Omnibus and CS3D, because it's a future. It's a future we will need to be comply with due diligence directive, and that would be also a big challenge for organizations such as ours. We working in the heavy industry, mining, smelter facilities, so a lot of topics, important topics, a lot of clients. We are on the track. I believe that we are on the track to be prepared. We've implemented some integrated management systems. We've got corporate risk management systems. We do have Copper Mark, which is well known, and I think that the best assurance for the copper producers. And within that framework, we are under attestation, which is very detailed and focused on due diligence. So we are glad to, I might say that we are glad to see that one of the parts of the omnibus is stop the clock. Yeah? We would like to use that time to be better prepared, but it does not mean that we deprioritize our effort in sustainability direction. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Thomas. Why don't you come and join us on the panel and get your breath back? I mean, I think the three takeaways I got from that was it was a big task. You did get some value out of it. There are some learnings which you want to implement next year, and that you're welcoming the time, the extra time that the European Commission is proposing, but you're not going to stop moving forward on sustainability.
Yes, of course, we'll not stop, and as I already said,
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, we will not stop, and I already said that we've implemented some solutions which might help us with the next steps to be taken that Copper Michael mentioned. We already implemented also some due diligence procedures within our value chain, and we are mapping our value chain, of course. I think that from our perspective, the most welcome part of the omnibus would be the value chain mapping up to the tier 1, yes? It will simplify us a lot.
Excellent. Well, we're going to get into that now with some of the panelists. So let me introduce the fabulous panel that I've got, and I'm going to go from right to left. So right, I've got Pedro Oliveira, who is Director of Legal Affairs for Business Europe. Then we have Greta Koch, who is a policy advisor and press officer at the European Parliament. And to her right is Susanna Gural, who is an accounting and internal control director at Orange Polska. Then we have Dan Dionisi, who's the head of unit for company law at DG Justice at the European Commission. And last but by no means least, Mark Hodge, who's Vice President of SHIFT, which is, for those that don't know, the world-leading organisation focused on human rights. So let's kick off with a couple of questions. I'm going to turn to Dan first. And by the way, do get your questions ready, everyone. We'll come back to the results of polling at the after we've heard some remarks from our panellists. But do stick your hand up in the conventional way, and there will be people coming around with microphones. But Dan, let's start with me, and let's not assume that everybody knows what's in this famous omnibus package. Perhaps you can help us level set. Yeah, I did prepare you for this question. Yeah, perhaps you can give our audience a bit of a summary.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. First of all, I'd like to simply acknowledge this presentation that we've just seen. It's refreshing to see a nuanced, balanced account of the experience, also with a view to the future. So I think I really appreciate it a lot. Now, the omnibus, of course, that's the new, we had a very successful production last year with the CSDDD. This year we have a sequel. What this is about is really about balance, and that what prompted also the earlier comment. We don't think sustainability and competitiveness are in contradiction with each other. If done properly, sustainability enhances competitiveness. But of course, it's a matter of balance. We have to find the right balance so that we don't burden our companies with unnecessary red tape, while at the same time, really driving or prompting them to drive the sustainability transition, which is important for the long-term competitiveness of our economy and of our society. So this omnibus, which is the first of a series of this new commission, is an illustration of really the political drive to find a better balance. And really it's about reducing burden in a meaningful way as much as possible, but without sacrificing the essential. And, so the policy objectives are still there, but can we achieve them in a more efficient way? And that's what the omnibus proposes. Again, it's a balanced proposal, and if you look at the various changes, and I will not go through them, but maybe we'll just highlight a couple, the various changes that are proposed, you will see in each of them there is this effort for balance. Find the most burdensome aspects, reduce them, reduce that part of the burden without sacrificing the essential. Whether it's about this tier 1 focus. There, by the way, which was mentioned, so it's inspired by the approach in the German legislation, but what it means is not that, as was interpreted by some, that we are abandoning the risk-based approach. No, the risk-based approach is still there. It's just that for one particular step that is particularly burdensome for companies, which are in-depth assessments of indirect business partners beyond tier 1, which often means going to the field, making audits, measurements, wherever, across the world, in remote parts of the world. For that one, the omnibus raises a bit the threshold to prompt those in-depth assessments. So after the mapping of the value chain, for those in-depth assessments, there is a little more required, so that the threshold is a bit higher than for tier 1 partners. The same, for instance, in reducing the frequency of these regular monitoring, which are a thorough assessment of the due diligence measures and how they deliver, from 1 year to 5 years. But that's for the regular obligation. However, the obligation remains to do this more frequently when needed, on a needs basis. So when needed, when there are new risks emerging, when there are changes in the value chain, so, or when there are signs that, the due diligence measures are not effective, then such assessment, such monitoring has to be done on an ad hoc basis. Engagement with stakeholders. So yes, it's simplified. There is a more limited definition of stakeholders and more limited steps of the due diligence when they have to be engaged. It's a legal requirement. But the focus is kept on those directly affected, so those impacted, of course, workers and their representatives, but also communities, individuals that are or may be directly impacted by the activities in the value chain of a company, and their representatives, so civil society that represents them as well, that are their legitimate representatives. These are still part of the definition and of the due diligence. So all these measures, we revisited the regime of sanctions because there was some nervousness about a minimum cap that was sometimes misunderstood, linked to the turnover of the company. So we dropped that, but we reaffirmed the principles of the administrative sanctions being effective, proportionate, and dissuasive, and added actually guidelines that will be issued to ensure that supervisory authorities do this in a consistent way, and a safeguard to prevent member states to set too low a cap on the fines that would undermine these principles. So the essential is still there. The same, for liability, there is still a requirement for full compensation for victims. Still, most of the essential access to justice requirements are kept. So, again, an effort for balance. It's a delicate balance, not easy to find. There were two parts of this omnibus. One was the so-called stop the clock that went very quickly through the adoption process by the co-legislators, so it's already into force. The transposition and application have been delayed by 1 year, but of course now is the more difficult part, the changes of substance, the content proposal. And for that, we know the Polish Presidency is making efforts to reach a position in Council still within their mandate before end of June this year. In Parliament, it's only starting now. We would hope that the same sense of urgency, the same balance will be maintained. Also, hopefully not opening new fronts, because that makes it also more difficult to agree. Time remains of essence, because as was mentioned, I think this morning as well, the clock may have been stopped, but the issues are still there that we will need to address one way or another. So, or sooner or later, but hopefully sooner. So I will stop here and thank you for the, and happy to answer any questions on more detail on the Commission proposal.
Thanks very much, Dan. I'm going to turn to Greta now to get some benefit of her experience and perhaps to rely on her wisdom in predicting what might happen. And Greta, you were heavily involved in the negotiations around CS3D, but if we broaden it out a bit, just based on that experience, where do you see the biggest points of contention on the omnibus across all the files that was involved? And not only within the Parliament, but also perhaps the Council. So what's your assessment?
Yes, I can try. So first of all, between the reporting side and the due diligence side, the more contentious one will always be the CSDDD on due diligence. It has always been the drama queen of sustainability reporting. I mean, also the key difference between the reporting directive and the due diligence directive is that the reporting directive is already in place, and there is already, we already see best practices. We already have seen, companies can already tell us what works, what doesn't work. And so I feel like the changes that were made in the CSRD, which are to raise the scope to 1,000 employees, to also especially simplify the reporting standards, so the ESRS, and to also decide that there should not be any further sector-specific reporting standards and so on. So to simplify the reporting in itself, this is something that we have seen that stakeholders have asked for across the board. So I feel like this is where politically I see a way forward that can move quickly. Of course, in Parliament, nothing is fair. So in that sense, so anything can still happen. But I feel like the CSRD, just because you already have best practices, etc., could go more smoothly. On the due diligence side, there are always the two same questions that were the big ones that we also had to deal with in the negotiations in the last 5 years, which are also the ones that companies are asking themselves the most. So the first one is, how far do I actually need to go in my supply chain? And the second one is, what happens if I make a mistake and there is a risk or a damage that I haven't taken account of? What is the accountability in that sense? And connected to that, of course, the liability. Because in my view, a lot of the things that were described, so for instance, which stakeholders you have to consult and so on, those are things that were changed because the text was unclear. It is a political compromise. But I feel like for companies in practice, those issues will not be the ones that they will notice in practice that they have been changed. And politically, like from the Parliament side, I really feel like there are 2.5 issues that are the most contentious. So one is really this Tier 1 debate. And as Dan has said, this has been inspired by the German law. Me coming from Germany, working for a German office, this is quite interesting that this now took the inspiration from the German law, because the German law to date is one of the most unpopular ones of the last couple of years. But that is precisely because there were mistakes made that I think the Commission has in mind that they want to solve this time. Which is that when we had a Tier 1 approach, meaning you only should check your direct suppliers, this was a huge bureaucratic exercise with very little impact, because basically companies started sending out questionnaires, etc., to every single direct supplier. But of course, most salient risks are not in your Tier 1. Very few companies, I think, perpetrate human rights risks in their vicinity, so to say. And that is why it's so important to get this right, and it's also one of the reasons why we chose not to go for a Tier 1 approach in the last mandate. Because if we have this huge exercise for companies, there should be an impact that is connected to it, so that you have a cost balance in that sense. And so the decision that we made is it should focus less on how close you are to the risk and rather what your responsibility is towards this risk. So that's why we took a risk-based approach that, one, focuses on the most severe impacts, but two, also focuses on whether you as a company yourself caused those risks or not. And based on that, your accountability should be connected or not. And I feel like, of course, accountability has something to do with, does the risk happen in your own company or in your Tier 1? But it can also happen further down your supply chain. And so I hope that with this whole discussion around, saying there's a Tier 1 approach, but if you have plausible information of something happening somewhere else, we get to the same logic, that it's about, did the company itself cause this risk and should it have accountability, or should they just, have transparency over their supply chain? And the other point is the liability clause. Here, I think the liability clause that we introduced was trying to be a harmonizing clause in that sense, to just say member states should make sure that there is a liability clause in place. and that companies can be held accountable for, but should not be held accountable for something that they did not cause themselves. But the most important part about this, so this is really a political choice, this will be very politically contentious, at least in Parliament. I saw in Council not so much. But here the question really is, will this law still have an impact afterwards if we get rid of the liability clause? And the other point in the Parliament at least are the climate transition plans. So here the question is, should you report on climate risks or should you also need to act on them? And here I feel like this is really something where the Parliament will have a huge discussion, the Council will not. This is just because institutions can be very different in that sense. But yeah, those are always the same big issues that are coming back and will remain the same issues that are difficult to deal with in practice.
Thank you. And just if I can just ask one quick follow-up question, just to get your crystal ball out, is so how do you think it's going to, if you're going to bet, how do you think it would fall out? What will happen on those, particularly on those issues? Will they be settled in the way that you want them to be, or not?
I think that's always a very difficult question to answer. I think the first choice that the Parliament has to make is, do they want to stick to the changes that the Commission has made, or do they have other ideas? And the Parliament usually has other ideas. And so they could open a lot of other articles still, and this could, of course, lead to a longer discussion. I know that the current rapporteur is very ambitious in his planning. So he plans to already vote on the omnibus in the Parliament in October so that we can go into trilogue very soon. This is a very, very ambitious timeline just from my experience. I don't think that this is possible, but of course I still believe in them. So I think that in the end, also what we've seen in the discussions with Council, it will all come down to how far do companies need to go in their supply chain. That's really the main discussion that we're going to have, and depending on whether they find a solution that works in practice, that also merits how long this process is going to take.
Thank you. I was very taken by your point about the sort of just going for a blanket tier one approach. Just doesn't require thinking on the part of the company to say where actually is the other adverse impacts most likely to be, and turns it more into a box-ticking exercise. Okay, thank you, Greta. I'm going to turn now to the voice of business, and Pedro, you're here to represent that today. Just before you go into, because I'm sure you've got a lot to respond to what Dan and Greta said, particularly on the points of contention, but where does Business Europe stand on the objectives of the omnibus, the underlying legislation of the omnibus in the first place? Is it something Business Europe supports or something else?
Yes, so thanks a lot. And just to take a couple of steps back. I mean, the Commissioner mentioned in his intervention a sustainability-focused mindset. I mean, this is a necessity for companies right now. Sustainability is no longer nice to have, it is a must-have. And it's not me saying it. We had already representatives from the financial sector, companies saying that this is absolutely necessary, and the stakeholders of companies are requiring it. Yesterday, some of us in the panel and also some of you participating here, we were watching a nice documentary called Beyond Zero, where we were seeing a CEO comparing the path towards sustainability as climbing a mountain. Let me just borrow that analogy for a moment, for just a minute. So you don't just tell a company, you have a mountain, there's the peak, just go. It doesn't work like that. I mean, you need let's say, you need ropes, you need training, you need rules to avoid that you go in wrong or you take shortcuts or that you fall. You need to mobilize people. So there is a little bit more to it than just defining rules, and also defining that you have to report how many steps you do, why didn't you take certain steps, why did you take these ones, how did you take those steps, and do it in 1,200 data points, basically. So companies do acknowledge that climbing that mountain of sustainability is a necessity, but we need motivating factors. We need to mobilize people. I mean, the colleague Thomas was mentioning that they had 500 people within the company that had to be trained. You had people coordinating, so this needs to be a joint effort. And it's also not only of the company, it's also of the value chain of the company, the suppliers and the business partners. Realistic expectations need to be defined as well, and we need to accept that companies cannot all go at the same pace. We need to have some some realistic expectations. So this is just, and to bring us back to your question, this is where our main criticism of these three directives came from, the CSRD, CSDDD, and also taxonomy, is that huge amounts of resources from companies were being draining from what actually they needed to do, which is transition. And hence, we really thought that some of these legislations, they defined unrealistic goals, sometimes not so rational, also disproportionate, and even investors were saying that they were not so relevant, some of the elements that were in this legislation. So in terms of the omnibus, we really acknowledge that the Commission did a very strong step, and it's not only the Commission. We already heard here at least 4 times how incredible light-speed event was the Stop the Clock. For someone working in 20 years in Brussels, this was probably one of the fastest adopting proposals, and this was very helpful to give breathing space to companies and also to the legislators to reach a good deal. And it's also symbolic that it's in these 3 directives that we start the omnibus, because they also matter for Europe, because they were a big part of the Green Deal. And just to finalize, of course, now we will have to go into the content. That's the difficult part, and I think I agree with Greta on what issues she identified as the most complicated now. We need to do it fast, but right. And just let me finish just with a few words, saying that we are a bit in a double rescue mission, that we want to keep Europe as an attractive business destination, and also, as Katarzyna was saying earlier in the panel, as well as an attractive place for talent, because Europe needs talent to be competitive, and whilst not losing the focus on the goals, which is sustainability and the transitions. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could maybe ask you a follow-up question, but before I do that, just to point out to the rest of the panel, please do, if you want to comment on anything any of the speakers are saying, then do chip in. We've got plenty of time. Just a follow-up question. Can you go a bit deeper on the kind of refinements that you think are needed, and perhaps pick up on some of the comments that Greta made, if that's appropriate?
Absolutely. I would say, just to pick on Greta, I do agree. I do agree on the topics that you listed, liability, the value chain. I would just add one important one for Business Europe, because we already heard here also President Witucki also mentioned having 27 rules does not work. So we do need harmonized rules, whether harmonized rules from the perspective of the reporting, so that we don't have to have 27 different reportings depending where you have your activities as a company, but also in terms of the due diligence, because the problems treated by due diligence are not just local problems, they are global problems, global issues. So we need to have a common solution. Commissioner McGrath mentioned this morning in his intervention that the Omnibus expanded the harmonization clause, so more provisions where the member states cannot top up, but we still see a big flaw in the CSDDD that has not been cured by the Omnibus, which is, let's say, the paragraph 2 of, sorry to go a bit technical, but this harmonization clause is in Article 4. Paragraph 1 says member states cannot go beyond on this, and that. Paragraph 2 says member states can go beyond on this, and that. So basically contradicting completely the whole purpose of this exercise. So this is definitely a point that we think should be addressed. And the second point, just bear with me just for 1 minute. Indeed, we went into copying or getting inspiration for the German system in terms of the in-depth assessments. The flaw there, let's say the flaw there is that although we say that we want to follow the risk-based approach, maybe on the drafting, on the actual language, this is not the legal certainty that companies really need. I mean, they are still a little bit in the limbo in terms of what actually, if you have to go beyond your direct business partners, what is actually the trigger? If it's this plausible information concept, is it any risk? So you identify one risk, and then suddenly you have to go through all your indirect business partners or your tiers, or do we really want to trigger also entity by entity every risk? I mean, this needs to be clarified. I think it's a matter of, let's say, drafting. It's adjusting a bit the language. I think there is ways to solve this, and I suppose that Mark will explain very well, much better than me, what the risk-based approach means. But this is definitely 2 points where we think harmonization and also how to better apply the risk-based approach are 2 ways of solving, getting it right.
Very good. I think Dan wants to respond. Dan, do you want to come in on what Pedro just said?
Just to maybe quickly react. I wanted on one point, but maybe we'll touch upon the other a little as well. I mean, this whole issue with harmonization and the level playing field, to be honest, from where we see it as a red herring, honestly. It's been discussed also during the negotiations quite extensively. Both co-legislators very eager to ensure a level playing field. That's also the purpose of the directive. So there was maximum harmonization for some provisions in the directive as adopted. We had already started the work on transposition. We had one transposition workshop with the member states last year already. And we saw 0 signs whatsoever. And we were actually, there was a common approach by the member states to try to transpose it in as harmonized a way as possible. And we really saw no appetite, and there were no incentives for the member states to gold plate this directive. So, but still, I mean, it's a valid objective. So, and we only have this tool in company law, which is directive. That's our legal base. So what the omnibus is doing is that it goes further on maximum harmonization, basically covering all the due diligence duties. Why still cannot sort of eliminate this article or subparagraph, which was there before as well? It's because there are some limits of how far you can go with maximum harmonization in a directive that is a framework directive that covers all the sectors. This is really the most comprehensive directive. And of course, there may be situations where, you know, in specific sectors, for specific products, you may need, or member states may need, and there are already in place stricter protections. So you cannot put a cap on and say, you know, from now on, member states can never provide for more detailed or you know, a higher level of protection. Simply, it doesn't logically make sense. It's incompatible with the objectives of the directive, which are to advance sustainability. But also, it's not a real issue, because what it provides for is that when transposing the directive, member states will not use the transposition laws to go beyond on these core provisions on the due diligence duty. And honestly, again, we had seen no signs whatsoever of member states doing so. So we are a bit puzzled that this topic comes again and again. But with the omnibus, we think really, you know, we've gone as far as legally possible. We've consulted also our legal service, you know, how far you can go and with maximum harmonization in this directive. And, you know, that's it. I think it should be reassuring for all those concerned with level playing field. Even though it was not happening now, even less there are chances for divergent transposition of the due diligence duty. As to tier 1, just a few words. I mean, of course, we took inspiration from Germany. We also took some lessons from Germany. Germany itself has taken further steps, and there are now guidelines, and that clarify that maybe some of the things done in the initial stages of application were excessive. So certainly the risk-based approach remains in the CSDDD. business partners should not be burdened with unnecessary information requests, especially low-risk business partners. Tier 1 business partners, which are often SMEs in the EU, should not get these extensive questionnaires. I think now even in Germany, the supervisor made it clear that this was not needed. It was over-compliance. When it comes to clarity when one should go with the in-depth assessments beyond direct business partners to indirect business partners, there is already, I mean, in the omnibus as proposed, there is an explanation and some examples of what this plausible information can be. And there will be guidelines, of course. So the guidelines will be advanced and will cover, of course, this issue because they will cover the general due diligence duty. In practice, what it means is, honestly, is quite clear, is that the mapping remains as it was in the CSDDD originally. So you map your value chain and you map the risks. For going with in-depth assessments beyond Tier 1, you need more than just this risk mapping. You need, it's a slightly higher threshold, you need this plausible information that something is happening or is about to happen in terms of adverse impacts beyond Tier 1. And then you go and check. So then the duty kicks in, you go and check. If you identify the adverse impacts, if it's confirmed, then you have to take the due diligence measures. So it's a new concept to some extent compared to the original directive, but it is already exemplified and there will be guidelines on it. So again, I would reassure to the extent possible the audience that this will not introduce more uncertainty, but is really designed to reduce the burden implied in these in-depth assessments of indirect business partners, which sometimes maybe are not mandated, that there's not necessarily an adverse impact there to be found.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I think the sense I'm getting there is the conversation is going to continue over the next coming weeks and months. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to ask Pedro to respond because I think we might get into a game of tennis. So that's the kind of policy discussion that's going on. I just want to sort of stress that to the audience. But let's bring it back to the practical again. So for the next two panelists, we're going to talk a bit more about experience, first on CSRD and then on the due diligence practices. So I'm going to turn to Susanna to perhaps compare and contrast with what we heard from Tomasz earlier on. You reported under CSRD at Orange this year. How did it go? Well, let's start with the positives. What value did you get from it?
Okay, I can say actually some positives about reporting under CSRD. Sorry for this. First of all, what was already said by Tomasz and some other panelists, yes, indeed, preparation of the first sustainability statement under CSRD motivated us, I am from Orange, motivated us to make people aware what's this whole fuss about, what's ESG, what we can do for environment, for people, for business, and what we should be afraid of, or what chances we can find in environment, broadly understood environment, people, business, etc., etc. So making people aware, trainings, this is what we did, and actually I saw different reactions after these trainings, talking to people, workshops, etc. People really wanted to take part, not just a small team so far dealing with ESG topics, but the whole organization. People want to take part in the change. What we also did, thanks to preparation, need to prepare the sustainability statement for the first time, the procedures and various analyses which we did so far, how to say, not in a very systematic way. but we had for the first time to do certain things, certain analysis based on recommendations of SRSs, the standards on sustainability reporting. It allowed us really to revise certain approaches which we took, revise impacts which we have on ESG, impacts of ESG on us, revise targets, revise who should be responsible for what. So actually SRS is the standards which we had to follow in order to prepare the first sustainability statement, made us more systematic, if we can say so, which is good, which is fantastic. So awareness training and a systematic approach, this is a fantastic benefit of CSRD and SRS. What else? Another thing, the fact that we had to publish something in a special way required by SRSs. I don't know why, but publishing something, not keeping inside, always makes people more motivating to try even harder. So our ambitions probably were higher than a year before, because we must say about what we are planning, what actions we are doing, etc., etc. This is good, and possibility to compare to others, to get inspired from others. Yes, these big listed companies which published a sustainability statement for 2024, although most of us already reported many ESG KPIs, this time sustainability statement imposed a kind of format, yeah, so that the comparison is easier and these inspirations between us are easier. So these are good things about SRSs and about sustainability statement. But I can also say about less good things,
Well,
if I may.
Maybe we could put...
Exactly, exactly. May I?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we could couch it in sort of, what would you change?
What? Okay, thank you. It sounds nicer. So yes, indeed, after having this experience of preparation, first sustainability statement, and after seeing the reaction of our supervisory board, reading the first draft of the sustainability statement, I can say that we can achieve the same goal, make key companies or all companies in European Union report in a similar way, to inspire, to learn, to give a message to our stakeholders in a different, shorter way. I made my best, and our team made our best to produce as short as possible sustainability statement. On the other hand, we had to fulfill all these requirements of these 12, yes, SRSs, and it was a nightmare to prepare the statement which is more or less understandable for the readers, not too boring, but anyway, it took us 80 pages. 80 pages, small letters, to fulfill all the requirements of ESRSs. In my opinion, I discussed this together with the team. I discussed to some of our stakeholders. If we could feed this information instead of 80 pages on 20 pages and focus on sustainability strategy, this is one thing I believe should be presented in the sustainability statement. And the other thing, the key matters, all these material impacts, risks and opportunities, plus what targets, actions, measures, etc. the company attached to these key matters, it should be enough information giving a very good picture of a company, of what company is doing about sustainability to the readers and to stakeholders. It should be enough for inspirations between companies, for assessment of what's going on in this company by regulators, stakeholders, etc. And for sure 500 data points, because this is more or less the number, 500 data points which we had to answer, present in our statements. It's too much, it's too much. I saw that Tomek had 1,000, so half of this is still too much. So I would like to thank you, the regulator, for the fact that for all these benefits, yes, which I described at the beginning of my speech, and I would recommend the regulator to make sure that we can still report in line with the standards, but on 20 pages rather than 80. My group, Orange from Paris, 170 pages of the sustainability statement, something like this. Nobody reads this. That's for sure. And that's it. That's it, actually.
That's a very strong steer. I think the point that came across there, I mean, you described the value and I won't repeat it, but the point that you were making, I think, at the end was that really allow companies to choose what's material, I think is what I'm hearing, what's the most important to their business, and disclose against that.
And here, one more comment, maybe surprisingly, but I assess that sustainability statement should be audited, limited assurance rather than reasonable assurance as it was for 2024, which should be cheaper, easier, faster, etc., but it should be audited. Why? Because if we want to present our material somehow selected based on a methodology matters, and if we want to write what we did about them and what we are going to do about them, it's good if someone independent checks this inside. What for to burden readers of the statement with all these details, processes? Let an auditor to check it inside and give the key messages to our stakeholders, to the readers.
Interesting. So what you're saying, and I'm going to turn to Mark now, but what you're saying there is, if I understand you well, is that if you have a compliance approach that says disclose 1,000 data points, the value of assurance is potentially quite limited. But where you're making choices, it could be a lot more valuable.
Yeah.
Interesting. Great point. I haven't heard that before. I'm going to turn to, thank you very much, Susanna. I'm going to turn to Mark now to ask him a couple of questions, but also just to ask the audience to start thinking about the questions you want to ask our audience. You don't often get this sort of people with this expertise in a room together, so do take advantage of the opportunity. Mark, I'm going to just ask you to talk about Shift's work in kind of working alongside companies and businesses all over the world on their supply chains, their value chains, and particularly on the social aspects. Can you break down, I mean, we've heard a lot, and you can talk about whatever you like in relation to that topic, but particularly the risk-based approach seems to be coming through quite strongly from a number of our speakers. What's the experience like? What works well there? And what advice might you have for the legislators?
This is on?
It's on,
great.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. So Shift has spent, as you indicated, about 15 years now working with real economy companies and financial institutions to implement due diligence. And we, throughout that period, have tried our very best to bring practical insight from that to the shaping and inputs into due diligence and reporting standards. And I think this question is pivotal now. And the reason I think it's pivotal now, this methodological question you're asking, what is this, is because my impression is that a lot of the debate around what is in the legal text and the differences and divergences we're seeing are rooted in very divergent understandings of what practice should mean, and indeed, therefore, different understandings of where burden lies, what the return on investment is. And so it's really important. I'm pleased, and I hope we have time to discuss today and in the coming weeks, what is risk-based due diligence? What does it really mean? What has the experience been? So I'm going to talk about, from Shift's experience, really what are those getting started steps? I've got, I think, 5 minutes, so I'm not going to cover the whole of due diligence. But so first of all, in our experience, due diligence always starts with the scoping exercise to identify general areas of a company's operations and value chain where actual and potential impacts, the most significant ones, are most likely to occur. That might be in a particular geography, it might be related to a particular product or service, a particular commodity. In our experience, companies have already internal intelligence about this. It might sit in procurement teams and sourcing teams, it might sit in engineering functions, it might sit in legal compliance teams, it might sit in colleagues who are in a sales office in a third country where they understand the issues. And there's also some existing data in some companies from grievance or assessment or other assessments. Of course, companies in that scoping exercise have to look outside. So there's some need to look to experts in the industry, industry peers, industry associations, to just understand where these general areas of risk are. And then on top of that, maybe there's some additional need for research reporting and some tailored assessments. But it's very much a scoping activity to identify those general areas of risk. And so just to make it very concrete, an automotive company may land on four general areas, right? It might be diversity in its corporate offices in geographies where legal protections for discrimination are weak. It might focus on health and safety in its manufacturing supply chain, where health and safety culture has been really hard to embed. It might focus on its aluminium and battery supply chains and look at labor and environmental issues there. And maybe, nowadays, digital rights and privacy in its automotive vehicle department, right? 4 areas, 4 general areas that companies are free to choose and make judgments about where to focus. Nothing about tiers, nothing about how far I go, all about where the risk is. And I should say at this point, I was thinking this morning around the work that Shift has done, and I went and sort of looked briefly. We've done work on, and others have too, in fashion, in retail, in FMCG, in construction. I can put myself out on a limb and say, for every one of the 14 industrial ecosystems in the EU, there has been a company that's done due diligence. There is often an industry initiative that has intelligence about where the issues already exist. And so this scoping exercise is not a blank piece of paper, nor should it be, and therefore less burdensome as a starting point. Second step, right? Second step is, in those general areas, however many this company identifies, companies should do further assessment to really understand the specific impacts in the specific places, both on people and planet, to build up that picture of impacts in these specific areas. That might be through geographic and geographical commodity impact assessments. It might be going to the ground to do some work if you need to. It might be targeted assessments of business partners, targeted assessments in the right place, in vicinity to where the impacts are. It might be relying on publicly available research, scientific and analytical research, etc. So just then one more example, just to, I think, pulling the auto kind of example through, that company on its aluminium supply chain might say, okay, we are going to look at our first-tier suppliers with our industry associations and look at what are the core workplace issues that we really need to understand that are highest risk in our first-tier manufacturers. But it's also maybe going to already start looking beyond that and say, okay, for aluminium, we're going to look at bauxite mining, we're going to look at alumina production, we're going to look at smelting, the key points in the value chain. We're going to really understand where those risks are because it's looking in that general area of its aluminium supply chain. So general areas, understanding of more detailed risk. And the third step is further prioritization, where companies look at those impacts and should identify which ones are most severe based on the gravity of those issues, the number of people they're impacting, and how irremediable they are, and use that as a basis to determine where are we going to focus first? Where are we going to put our resources? Companies often use typical risk management matrices to map those issues. They often adapt that, whatever internal systems they already have around risk management, risk and opportunity management, to map those issues. They embed it in their risk management approaches. And really what that gives companies is that sort of overarching picture of where the risk is. And so Dan, I don't know if I've got, Andrew, just maybe three things that I see companies say why this makes sense to them. And just to use the analogy of climbing a mountain that Pedro brought back to us, we hear from companies that this is the right level of guardrail and guideline that we need for climbing, right? This is the right balance. Companies like that they have freedom to judge where the risks are that are most particular to their business, so they can focus on the severe issues that have negative impacts on their resilience, reputation, other issues if they don't manage. Companies like that because it's not about saying they have to spend billions of dollars on assessing and mapping and detailing everything out, but it's a coherent, overarching picture of risk that the company has developed, that it owns through its executive all the way down to those accountable. That's the first value. It makes sense. It's risk management. The second piece, once it's done, you can update it. It's an agile and dynamic picture. So you update it maybe annually, but also with disruptions. Maybe something changes in your business strategy. Maybe something happens like COVID, and the whole sense of what the issues are changes, or conflict. And so it's a risk picture that a company holds once it's done it once and can adapt it as it goes along. And it makes total sense for companies to do that. They're familiar with that approach. And the last thing I'll say, and I think it's really important just to, I sort of thought about this as I was listening to the speakers, is that in our experience, companies feel that there is a legitimate and clear pathway to evaluating compliance against this principle-based risk approach. And that is to focus on the quality of a company's governance, the quality of its assessment processes and its due diligence and embeddedness, not to ask it or to expect it to say, what percentage of your tier one did you audit? Why didn't you audit that part? How much money have you spent on this? How many corrective actions do you have open? And so just then to end on, Greta, your question, the companies that we often get that question of how far should we go? We think that the more important questions, and what lots of companies are really asking, is where is it legitimate for me to focus? And how can you give me confidence that my judgment about where it's legitimate to focus is not going to be second-guessed, right, by a third party, by a regulator? And it's about where it makes sense to focus. And that is the basis. And I have thoughts on the detail of the omnibus, but that's what I wanted to say in terms of the doing of risk-based approach.
No, that's fantastic. It's a very comprehensive overview of kind of how to do it practically and what you might be looking for, I guess, for the legislation to come out looking like. I'm going to turn, thank you, Mark, and thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn now to the audience, and I'm going to look for some hands to be raised to ask our panel a question. But while I can't see very well.
Someone there,
middle? Oh, yes, please. Yes, you in the middle. And perhaps if you would mind saying your name and who your question is directed to, unless it's the whole panel. And get a couple of questions, maybe.
Hi, my name is Lewiatan Chen. I work for the Boeing company. I'm based in Brussels. And I have a question on the obligation of CSRD related to third country parent company. So as a company with a headquarters based out of the EU, we have duplicative CSRD reporting obligations. So from year 2028, we will have to both reporting at the EU level for the EU entities and also at the US headquarters level, so 2 CSRD reports. And some companies, they even have more. So my question is for Dan and Greta. So I know the Commission set this rule because you want to set a level playing field for European-based business. But do you see if there's a way to ease the burden for us, for company with headquarters based in a third country? So is it possible to, for example, to make third country reporting optional? So it's like either or, so either third country reporting or using ESRS to report at the European level? Or do you think it's possible to just get rid of the obligation for third country parent reporting, as I know that many companies have been advocating for? And the other question is for Pedro from Business Europe. So I want to know if Business Europe has a position on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that very important question. I'm just going to take another question from someone else before we... There was someone down here, and then someone down here. Elida? Yes. Sorry. Someone behind you as well. No, go on.
Will I go on? Yeah, okay. Neil Fitzgerald here from Charter Accountants Ireland. Just listening to it all, Andrew, I think, I don't know if it's Susanna or is it Pedro, but whoever they like can take the question. It sounds like judgment is the key thing, getting your 80 pages down to 20. Actually, I think it was Mark, some of the risk-based approach and kind of identifying what the key matters are and then not being second-guessed in that judgment. Regulations will not replace judgment. That brings us back to a principle-based approach, and is that a better way to do it? We've seen success of that in corporate governance before with the UK Corporate Governance Code, etc., the principles-based approach. Just lay down on paper what your judgment was, why you met it, and let that be second-guessed, if you like. That we need all the regulation.
Okay, thank you. And I'll take one more question, and then we'll turn to the panel. Thank you. Thank you, Noam.
Wojciech Adamczyk, I have a question to Tomasz. You've made a tremendous effort to run this project and involve hundreds or even thousands of people. Did you try to estimate the total cost of this exercise?
Okay. Excellent question. I'm going to take them in the order that I think they'll probably be the length of the answers. So why don't we start with Tomasz first on kind of how much did it cost?
That was something what was quite sure that question will comes out from the audience, and I was thinking about that figure to calculate and to include into my presentation. However, I did some calculations, and it might not be so big as you think. I don't know whether you've done any of you done the same calculation for the financial reporting. Yeah. So if someone of you did, it's similar in our organization. It's like the same cost of involvement of the organization into the process. So we have 5 persons in ESG team, plus like this 500 we can divide by 5, giving the real picture of the involvement. Yeah, so it's 105 persons working 7 months.
So that's considerable. Okay, very good. Right, the next question was from Niall, which I think, I'm not sure, who was it directed to? Susanna could take it. Okay, was on the question about judgment.
Yes, I agree. It should be the judgment which should decide on what we should report in sustainability statement, due to the fact that this is judgment, but besides judgments, there are so many data points which you must report, regardless of whether you decide that, for example, E1, climate change, or E5, circular economy, etc., etc. Regardless of how many these topical ESRSs you select, anyway, you still have plenty of data points which are, in my opinion, not so important for the readers, but you must report them. You must calculate them. You must do the process for them, controls for them, etc., etc. Sorry. Therefore, I really believe that this judgment should be taken very seriously by Commission, by Parliament, and we really should narrow the statements, the sustainability statements, just to the strategy and key matters which, in our opinion, are important for us, for environment, for people, etc., and focus on them without bothering about all these details around in ESRS 1, 2, etc. So this is it. And this is also, maybe I will once again mention this, why the auditor, in my opinion, is important. To make sure that there is no greenwashing, I would keep an auditor. Limited assurance, not reasonable assurance, but I would keep an auditor, because if there is judgment, it's good. There is a behind discussion between, for example, an auditor and the company. Why you selected these matters as key? Why you focus on them? Why didn't you focus on something reported by all your peers but not by you? Yeah, etc. So I believe that this limited assurance done by wise auditors, knowledgeable auditors should be done.
Thanks, Susanna. And then turning to the last question, and then we'll get you off to lunch, and after I've done the polling question. I think if I could summarise the question from Boeing, it was, if I'm a third country, is there anything more that the Commission can do, or the co-legislators can do, to help us out and reduce our burden, was the question. And then where does Business Europe stand on that? I don't know, Greta or Dan, either of you want to take that?
So the reporting directive is not mine. It's dealt with by another part of the Commission. But just to say that, you know, the proposal from the Commission is now in the hands of the co-legislators. So it's not the Commission now that will consider further changes. So the omnibus touches the first omnibus. The sustainability one touches 3 pieces of legislation, and it's now under consideration by the Council and Parliament. So, but I will take the question back, and yeah, I'm happy to get back to you bilaterally.
Greta, do you want to comment at all? Thanks, Dan.
I mean, I also don't.
No.
I also don't work on the CSRD. Actually, I worked on the CSDD. But to your question regarding third countries, I do think that a lot of the concerns of third countries are also taken into consideration. I'm sure that also happened on the Commission level, because I do think, for instance, the changes to the liability clause were also largely acknowledged because of concerns from third countries. I do know that the Commission has also proposed some things to ease the burden, for instance, for subsidiaries that had to do their own reporting rather than having a consolidated version on the mother entity level. So I do think there is some movement already to take those concerns into account, although I don't know the details. But yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and just on the terms of web.
No, very quickly. So three things that matter for us in terms of the scope, let's say. And so it's consistency, convergence with international reporting standards, and also not breaching WTO rules. And currently we do have a section in our position paper on the omnibus that was adopted a few weeks back in relation to subsidiaries of non-European based companies. And there we do say that seems to be some inconsistency, because whilst European companies, they have this 1,000 threshold from now on, subsidiaries of non-European companies, as of 250 employees, they would need to report. So there is some inconsistency there that needs to be addressed. So we do, as Business Europe, also acknowledge this, also taking into account the need for alignment and the need for consistency and to respect the WTO rules.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to bring it to a close, except to just have a quick look at the question we asked you. And there, if I look at that, and I think I'm actually quite surprised about that, because the audience was saying something different, which I'm going to summarise, which is getting rid of the duplication and harmonising standards. And you were less concerned about things like materiality. But I just want to say thank you to the panel. I thought they did a fantastic job in getting through a lot of material over a fairly short space of time. I had 4 main takeaways, which were, I heard that there was general overall support for the objectives of the legislation that's now being simplified, general support for the direction of travel, you know, the intent of simplification, number of teething issues, I think, that came out, particularly in due diligence, but also this big point about judgment that came through. And what I was getting from that is trust companies to do the right thing within a framework, and you may get better results. That's the main takeaway I think I'll take from today. So with that, I think I'm going to hand back to our compares. Apologies for overrunning, but if you could just help me to thank the panelists in the normal way.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and the esteemed panelists. I hope now we have just a better idea of how Omnibus can help us travel on the sustainability mountain while remaining competitive.
Great. Do we want to have a look at I think Andrew had a look at the Slido question, so I think we can leave it at that. But before you go, I just want to say what's going to happen after lunch. We're going to have a great presentation on how corporate governance is reshaping the Polish capital market, but that's not all. We're also going to be diving into two of the hottest topics on the global agenda, cybersecurity and AI, so stay with us. Big buzz, but even bigger questions for boards. So enjoy your lunch and see you back here at 2:30. See you later. Thank you. Welcome back, and we're back for the next few sessions now. Hope you had a good chance to network, meet some really interesting people, and hopefully grab some lunch. I personally liked the lunch. I mean, it was lovely. Elsa, what's coming up next? I mean, what's awaiting us for the next 2 hours or so?
So now we're about to take part in a closer look at the Polish capital market, and with fresh and very, very timely data and insights from a recent CFA Society Poland survey, and how it fits also in the wider European picture.
Great. Well, great topic. Now we need a speaker. So please welcome Piotr Siradzan, Vice President of CFA Society Poland, who will walk us through the findings of the report. Piotr, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hello ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here with you and to have a speech in front of such honorable audience. I'm aware that this is the first session after lunch, so it's the most difficult session. So I'll try my best not to be boring, where the subject might give me a little help, because it might be a bit controversial or not, depending on what you think. Let me present you our report on corporate governance on Polish capital market. The report is based on a survey we did with CFA Society Poland with our partners, and these are two people who managed to put it together. First of all, thank you very much to our partners, Stowarzyszenie Inwestorów Indywidualnych, which helped us reach the retail investors, and ACCA Poland, who is here with us. Thank you very much for reaching the other target group, for reaching financial managers and directors, which I have to say are a very important group for this survey, and maybe for next ones. At least that's something I hope. And Bankier.pl, who's the media partner who did everything possible to make people reply to our difficult and long survey. We were trying to make it as short as possible, but it was longish anyway. And also there will be a question to you, but that's in a second. Okay, why did we do this? We decided to actually have a survey and get some information on the attitude towards different standards of corporate governance within 3 different decision makers, 3 different groups. Individual investors, professional investors, which were decision makers in investment companies and analysts in investment companies, and financial directors, financial managers. We decided to do it to first get some knowledge, second, start a wider, deeper discussion about corporate governance, and maybe even about the 2 other letters of ESG, although I'm always saying that ESG is not homogeneous. There's E, there's S, and there's G, and they're quite different from each other. We were asking individuals, not companies. Why? Because if you ask companies, the only answer you can get is actually what is in the corporate policy of that company. And whatever people think, even whatever the CEO thinks, is not really important. You will get the answer from the company. And it's also not possible to be anonymous, which really we wanted to, because we wanted to have what people really think. Why did we do this? We did it because opposite to what most people think, there are not that many surveys and there's not that many research on corporate governance, on ESG, and also many other subjects that would actually go in depth and ask people what they think, or what has changed. That's actually the other group. What has changed in a company when certain standards were implemented. Usually, it's either done by a correlation analysis, where you have a certain rating, especially if it's aggregated for ESG, and then you have stock returns, or you have profit and loss statement, and then you're looking for a correlation. Correlation is not a causation, is not a relation. Or you have it aggregated to that level that you are simply asking whether corporate governance is important or whether ESG is important. Do you know somebody that would reply that corporate governance is not important? Does anybody know such a person? I don't. Okay, maybe I can think of some people, but they are not in business. They are probably more into lower parts of society. But if you go deeper, then you can find different opinions about different areas of that. And it's also kind of reverse engineered. So when you have replies that yes, ESG is very important, yes, corporate governance is very important, then you have somebody who would say, okay, so if corporate governance is very important, that each and every factor you can think of inside corporate governance is also very important. I don't think it's the right way to go, so that's why we did this. And also, I liked very much the statement of one of participants in the last panel who said that it's great that they are reporting CSRD, but they would definitely prefer to report 20 pages than 80 pages. If you want to make things from 80 pages to 20 pages, what do you need to do? Okay, you can make the font smaller, but I don't think that helps. You need to choose. You need to choose the most adequate, the most right areas, and then to concentrate on them. So that was generally the idea. We questioned individual investors, so people who managed their own money, investing in mostly on public market, sometimes private market too. We questioned professional investors, which we were classifying as a group of people who either make investment decisions for somebody in investment companies or influence these decisions as analysts, both buy side and sell side. We did a certain diversification, but for this purpose we treat them as professional investors. And the group I'm considering one of the most important here, maybe not, it's difficult to say most important, but again, this is something I very rarely see. People who are inside a company, they can see only the company they work for, but they are able to tell what actually changed when standard A or standard B was implemented. What factor has it influenced? And this is something I believe it's very important for research. We sent some questions, actually two questions we call a basic set, which is a set of questions that every group was to answer. It was basically about the influence of factors on company value. Then professional investors had some extra questions for professional investors, and financial managers and directors, they had a question for them, especially referring to what has changed in the company. So the basic set was, as I said, about influencing the value for shareholders, which standard influences most, which standard least, to what extent. That's how it was built. We had 18 factors to choose from. It was longish, but it was already shortened. Then, how do you assess the impact of corporate governance factors to finance? And what might be important, because some countries and some regulators actually have an idea to restrict investing into certain companies that do not fulfill certain corporate governance or ESG criteria, or are below certain ratings or do not have ESG ratings at all. Do you think it should be restricted? And do you have appropriate qualifications or appropriate knowledge to actually evaluate corporate governance? Then professional investors, they also got the question about how the factors affect their decisions or recommendations. We asked about the policy regarding the corporate governance factors. Here we actually thought that it might be an issue that some areas are being evaluated because there is a policy. If there was no policy, then there might be not evaluated or evaluated differently. Turned out not to be the case, but that's what we wanted to know. To what extent the policy, do you follow the policy when you're working, and what would happen if that applied? Then we had questions directly to financial managers and directors, basically focusing on one. If your company implemented this standard, what influence did it have on company's operational efficiency? We asked for operational efficiency. We were not going deeper into profit and loss, revenues, and so on. But I believe this is the area that actually might be a subject of further research, because that might really bring some knowledge to the table. Because most of the time, if you are analyzing the correlation between ESG ratings and stock returns, and then you try to say that all corporate governance factors influence it because they are part of ESG, it's not really something, it's kind of reverse engineering. It's not really something that brings you some knowledge, especially if you think what should be actually added to these factors. Because as you know, corporate governance evolves. E and S factors, they evolve even more. They are things added up to that letters. And what should be added and what shouldn't be, it's a different story, and this is actually the subject we wanted to touch, and this is the discussion we wanted to start. We also asked, what was, in your opinion, the reason to implement this corporate governance standards? We asked about the supply chain, which is now becoming obligatory for many corporate entities, but which is difficult, even more difficult, to actually evaluate, and other factors. Before I would actually tell the results, I have a question to you on the audience, and I would ask the dear team to help me with that. You have an application, at least that's what I believe, and if you scan, if you scan it, you will have a question where, in your opinion, you can put in order certain factors relating corporate governance from most important to least important, in your opinion, for company value. And it would be really great. You did this. I promise we shortened it a lot. It's not 18 factors. It's actually much less. But still, we tried to kind of keep the spirit of the survey. And then at the end, we will compare. Thank you. Okay, great. So, as far as individual investors are concerned, we made a ranking, although sometimes it's questionable, because you may have a factor that is evaluated as very important only, or you can have a lot of very important and negligible replies, and then not much in between. But according to our ranking, among individual investors, what was seen as most important was efficient communication with market. So that's our score, 428, and over 87% of our respondents rated it as very significant. Then publishing business strategy along with information on implementation, 4.18, and also like it was difficult to find somebody who would say that's negligible. If a company is generating profit, either a dividend or a fair communication why the dividend is not paid and profits are being reinvested, that's also among the most important. Number 4, surprised me a bit that it was number 4, was actually the quality, which education, specialized knowledge, professional experience of the board members. And transparency of company structure and business operation closed the 5-factor podium. What was seen as least important on the other side was the implementation of diversity policy, although 26% rated it significant, so relatively a lot, but also substantial part rated it as unimportant or non-significant. Similar and lowest, remuneration policy ensuring non-discrimination and equal pay, which was also lower but also polarized. So you have significant with 22, but negligible 27.8. Regarding individual investors, at least our respondents, they don't want the restriction on companies that do not fulfill certain corporate governance standards. Only nearly 30% would consider that. About half believe they have adequate qualifications and knowledge. The question is whether it's more about qualification or about knowledge, but 50% thinks they have enough, they know enough, 50% think they don't have. Probably knowledge, because it's difficult to say I don't have qualification. It's easier I don't have the knowledge because I don't have all the information. Regarding professional investors, it was a bit different. The results were a bit different, but not very much. Here, the transparency of company structure and business operation came first. The communication came third. Communication as communication and publishing business strategy, so it's also kind of communication. In your survey, it's actually one point. That was third and fourth. And the quality, meaning education, knowledge, and experience of the board members came second. Regarding the least important factors, at least seen as such by our dear respondents being professional investors, company auditor doesn't seem to be seen as important. The possibility to participate in general meetings using remote communication, and similar to individual investors, equal pay and diversity, which was the last, although like the rate is lower and the percentage of replies negligible or negative or not significant or relatively unimportant was way higher. And only 3% considered it to be key. Vast majority of the respondents here opposed any legal restrictions for investing in companies not following the standards or not being able to prove that they follow the standard or provide some reporting, only a small percentage. It actually depended on which subgroup we are talking about, but that was generally the outcome. Nearly all professional investors believe they have both qualifications and knowledge. Again, it's difficult to say I don't have qualifications. Most respondents assess, because that was another question, assess corporate governance not by changing or correcting rate, WACC or revenues, but simply as identifying additional risk they incorporate into their analysis, into their valuation. Financial directors and managers, here efficient communication comes back, what might be a bit interesting because they are inside the company. So it's communication called communication and publishing business strategy, which is also seen as very important. Then dividend payment, then transparency of the structure and business operation. Regarding factors seen as less important, it's again diversity. which scored 2.57, so it was again higher than professional investors, and a bit similar to individual investors, but that's also highest. 22% very significant, 31 relatively unimportant. So again, it's diverse. Like some respondents seen it as quite important, some as not really important. The interesting question, and I think the question which requires further research, is actually the standards. Which standard caused the biggest influence on the company operational efficiency? And maybe surprisingly, maybe not. Number one was about, again, information and communication with the market, informing investors about the strategy, and providing measurable goals seem to be number one. Then linking the level of executive compensation to the company's long-term performance. Then systematic communication with capital market. Those were marked as the top. The smallest or no impact, diversity, although again you have large number of respondents responding positively, large responding no impact, and not much in between. And remuneration policy, including non-discrimination, which closed the area. What was the motivation for companies, of course, in the mind of investment directors, investment managers, why the company has even implemented those standards? Number one, expectations from shareholders and stakeholders, which is probably not surprising. Impact on the company value on stock markets, so it's also kind of expectations from investors we might not personally know, but expecting that it would improve the attitude of investors of a public company. Then you have marketing aspect, and then you have good practices being implemented mostly here by Warsaw Stock Exchange. Half of the companies actually assess the supply chain. A bit less than half assess, and if they assess, they believe they have the right knowledge, over 57%. Here you have the extent of factor consideration within supply chain analysis, where again communication, which is publishing business strategy, then current communication with markets, they are rated the top as being considered in value chain analysis. Well, it's actually, if you analyze your value chain, it's a bit like being a professional investor investing on stock exchange, although sometimes you have less knowledge and less information about the company. So it's also kind of, you're exposed to company communication, because inside, if you are a financial director, inside your company, you are an insider. If you're analyzing the supply chain, you're not an insider anymore. You are actually an outsider, because this is a different company you are analyzing. So similar to what professional investors said, transparency of company's structure and business also was at the top. Least important, again, we have the remuneration and we have diversity. However, the scores here, averaging like to 8 to 9, are higher. Both financial directors and managers and professional investors and individual investors were quite consistent, because there were two questions. One question was the question you got. So what has the most influence on company's value? The other question was what criteria, to what extent you are using that standard in making decisions. Our idea was that actually it would be possible that some investors or some decision makers, they might believe that a standard or an area might have a big influence on the company, but might not use it in decision making because of either lack of information or company policy. At least among our respondents, that was not the case. The responses were quite consistent, so if they believe something is important, they take it into account. Financial directors and managers also don't like legal restrictions for investing, even though they are working within one company, but they might be individual investors on the other hand. And of course, they believe they have adequate qualifications and knowledge to do their job, although again, it's easier to say I have no knowledge, meaning I have no sufficient access to information about the clients, about companies that are being invested in, than to say that I don't have qualifications. In general, at least in this research, corporate governance is not seen as homogeneous, and the differences are clearly seen. Some areas are marked like having a top influence, top importance. Some are seen as having much less importance, although especially with the diversity, you have a lot of strong yes and a lot of strong no responses. So the composition is a bit different. The responses from different groups were quite similar. There were some differences, but they were generally quite similar. Some responses, like legal restrictions, pretty much all groups were opposed. Biggest influence in general on company value, transparency of structure and operations, publication of business strategy, and communication regarding it. Also, the quality of company executives, and sorry for not having this point under, but on the right, linking the compensation with long-term company performance. What was seen as least important? Implementation of diversity policies, equal pay, then auditor. Our respondents seemed not to believe in the influence of auditor on the company, and participation in general meetings remotely, although individual investors actually liked it. What are the limitations? As I said, the report was actually seen as a starting of a discussion and definitely not as the end of discussion. We got a bit less than 150 respondents, so it cannot be said that it's representative and Polish market says this or that. No. A part of Polish market definitely has something to say, but we need to further research and further discuss why, because what we didn't ask is, why do you think so? What do you think is the reason why you are taking this factor into consideration and you are not taking the other factors there? Now, I think we should have results of your survey. So our dear team, could you please show us what the results here are? No, these are not the results. This is me. This is also not the results. Here we go. So number one, publishing the business strategy. So similar to retail investors. Payment of dividends, similar to financial managers, independent supervisory board members. That was actually in the middle. Like, you remember, I didn't mention it because it was in the middle in all the groups. So now we see it's kind of important here. Could you please scroll down it for me? Quality of board members and their education, transparent handling of executive conflicts of interest, that was also in the middle. Executive pay connected to long-term goals, equitable share buybacks, number 8 is diversity, number 9 is non-discriminating. Do we have number 10? Okay, these are the last. So the results are, the bottom is actually identical as survey and for most of the groups. Now, we still have a minute. Usually, at the end, there's a question to the speaker, but now, especially you are after lunch, let's invert it. Who was at the majority? I guess the majority was at the majority. Who was at the majority regarding question number 1? If you could scroll up for me and give me a mic, please. Thank you. And if I have a mic, because I don't think I'll be able to walk with this, or there's a lady there. Okay, who was in majority? Who said number 1, publishing the business strategy? Okay, so if you could please, where's the mic gone? If you could please, maybe you, if you could say why, and somebody, if you could provide this gentleman a mic. Where is the mic? Mic is gone. And unfortunately, I don't be able to, sorry, that will not work. Możemy mikrofon? Can we have the mic, please? The remote mic? Come on. This gentleman here.
Well, I think that the answer is simple. The business strategy is the most fundamental, and everything else derives from the business strategy. It has to be clear and attractive for investors. That's all.
Got it. Is it like more important to have a strategy than to publish a strategy?
To have and publish, to have a clear strategy which is published and underlined and well presented to the investors.
Got it. Who would like to say something for whom number 2 was most important? Is there a person like that? I cannot see anybody, so it seems it's a 2 for everybody, or less. Okay. So who would like to tell, even if it's for you number 2 or number 3, who would tell why it's so important, why it's at the very top? Somebody who was raising his or her hand to be a part of the majority. Were you raising your hand? Yes. Could you please give the mic to the lady?
No, I think the buzzword that matters here is communication. Communication with investors, communication on profit reinvestment strategies. So to have clear-cut strategy, to implement it, to regularly report on it, and communicate about it.
Thank you. Okay, since we are... Oh, it was 0, now it's 10, okay. Since we are already behind schedule, we are looking for somebody brave. I mean really brave. Could you scroll it down for me? Down. Thank you. Who would be able to say why number 9 was number 9 or number 8 was number 8? What was your motivation? Because this is the most popular reply. So who from the dear majority would address that? Okay, there's one gentleman, or there's one gentleman. Okay, you'll be the second, sorry.
I think because we really do not know that such a difference exists. For example, I've learned that lesson only a few years ago. I was for my whole, because there is no legal possibility of showing the payments between different groups. Now there is a discussion that it should be published. So we don't understand that such a difference exists. So we don't think it's important.
Thank you. I think you also wanted to have a word.
Where are they?
This gentleman over there.
Here.
Hi, great presentation. I can only answer it from a UK perspective, but remuneration reports in the UK are very, very long. And when you look at sort of anything in relation to sort of non-discrimination and equal pay between genders, people just don't read it. They only read the performance elements and how much the CEO's got paid, and everything else is just a bit of a blurb to them. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan. If you can. As you can see, there are different responses, different priorities. There are some similarities between groups within our survey and within the survey and our dear audience, between you. But definitely, corporate governance and its influence on companies' performance is something that needs a further research. Not a research saying how good corporate governance is, full stop, but going into details and analyzing what actually makes what kind of a difference. I hope our report, no, it's not there. I hope our report has maybe started some discussion, maybe planted some ideas, and either we or somebody else would be able to go deeper and go wider and to have more respondents. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here with you. It was a pleasure to make this presentation for you, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Piotr. Thank you very much. I mean, what a presentation. A lot to unpack there. Some great insights. And I don't know about you also, but I particularly loved how he compared the results of the survey against the ones that you put forward. But now we shift gears. We go from the capital markets to a topic that's high on every board's agenda, or should be, I dare to say, cybersecurity and AI. I have no doubt the next speakers will have quite a few things to say. I was talking to them backstage, and they're very excited to share some of the insights and experience they have with you. But first, let me give you a few striking numbers. According to the EY Global Information Security Survey, 77% of companies are facing increasingly disruptive cyber attacks. But you know what the real shocker is? Only 20% of those companies are actually prepared for it. So Elsa, shall we go next to the next panel?
Absolutely. So for next panel and the last panel of the day, we are delighted to welcome to the stage our moderator, Anna Szywowska, risk leader and partner at EY Poland, and her lineup of panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear all, warm welcome. I have an honor to open today's conference panel, Cyber and AI, a board-level imperative for competing responsibly. We will explore how boards can strengthen cybersecurity and AI governance while fostering responsible innovation to maintain competitive advantage. A lot of difficult words, but I think that with my honorable panelists, we will shed a light and simplify. With this introduction, I would like to basically welcome Piotr Ratajczak to take the stage. Piotr is the Chief Information Security Officer for Rekit Essential Home. He will set the scene for our panel discussion. Let's hear how AI is not only transforming business operations, but also reshaping the tactics of cyber threat vigilance. Super excited to learn from examples of actual AI-driven attacks, examine how AI is empowering cybercriminals and what might be high-level technological and governance responses. So, Piotr, stage is yours. Thank you.
pleasure to be here. I heard cybersecurity many times today, so I really hope this topic will be relevant and entertaining as well. Why am I talking about AI-powered cyber threats? Well, that's the topic that keeps me awake and I'm really passionate about. As a global CISO in Reckitt's Essential Home, that's the topic I devote a lot of time every single day. Now, what I would like to talk about is how the AI-powered cyber threat has become the next frontier in cybersecurity challenge. In the IT RC 2024 annual data breach, it was determined that every single second we have 11 computers being compromised. So by the time I finish the sentence, basically we could have all the computers in the room compromised. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Now, I would like to talk a little bit on how AI changed cybersecurity, how it changed cybercriminal operations, to eventually conclude with 3 questions that you can take away and have a conversation in your organizations to test where you are in your journey to overcome the challenges and the threats that we are facing. And I would need a little bit of your support. I want to start with a question. With a question, if I can ask you to raise your hand if you have used any of these tools in the last, say, 6 months. Thank you. I see vast majority has done it, and it's no surprise. AI changed how we run the businesses. It also changed our personal life. We basically came to a point that maybe instead of saying Google it, let's ask chat about it, right? So that's a paramount now. I have another question. Can you raise your hand if you used any of these? Lights are shining into my eyes, but I basically don't see a hand being raised, which is great. And why is that? Because these are malicious implementations of generative AI used by cybercriminals. One is called WarmGPT, the other is called FraudGPT. Now, in case you're curious, I would like to start. It's not that difficult. The pricing starts from roughly $100 per monthly subscription. And you see the barrier isn't that particularly high. Obviously, you would need to go to the darknet. You would need to be able to transact using cryptocurrencies. But if you overcome these two, then you're open to a large, close to limitless potential to become a hacker. So you can generate really compelling phishing emails. You can write malicious code. You can obfuscate the code so it's not being detected with the protection measures like antivirus. Now, what it really means is that entry barrier for cybercriminal wannabe has been on the ever lowest position you could imagine. So basically almost anyone can be a hacker. Now, it's not only being used by criminals wannabe. There are professional cybercriminals leveraging AI. The most known case is the British company Arup. So the situation with the breach that happened last year was that a finance employee received a phishing email asking to facilitate some payment that was immediate and confidential. Typical case, and the employee got suspicious. So he thought, I'm going to raise a concern, and he raised the concern, unfortunately, with the threat actor. So to dispel them, threat actor invited employee in question to a Zoom call. So on that Zoom call, the targeted employee has witnessed something what he believed was his CFO and several other colleagues. In reality, this was all deep-faked AI mystification. What was the result? The result was big. It was $25 million loss in 15 money transfers that this employee issued. Now, what's the aftermath? As of today, Hong Kong authorities are still investigating the case, and no one's been arrested. It's not only about targeted, sophisticated attacks. It's also about mass audience attacks. We can see deep fakes of well-known figures trying to lure unaware victims to do some lucrative investments when in reality they're losing money. Now, what it really means is that AI not only fuels our businesses, but it significantly fuels cyber criminal operations. It's doing this with increased speed. It's doing this with improved quality. So if you take into account the phishing emails that you've been receiving in the last, 10 years, especially if they were non-English, they were very poor quality, almost no one really got into this deception. Now, they can be crafted, they can be really deceiving, and they can be really successful in the execution. And especially like the one with Europe, it significantly boosted social engineering attempts. Now, what it really means? It really means that the market for cyber criminals has largely expanded. And what I mean by the market, so if we take into account the damages caused by cyber criminals, it is expected that they will reach $10.5 trillion this year. And to put this number into a context, if we consider this a global economy, this would have been a third largest global economy. Now, what should we do about it? Well, the odds for the defenders, for people like me, are not compelling. There's an AlixPartners research survey conducted when people were asked, do you feel AI serves you better than the attackers? And as you see, almost over 50% of the defenders believed it serves more attackers than themselves. So, why is that? It's because attackers have much easier job. And why is that? Well, they don't have to fall under strict governance. They're not being audited. They have no compliance regulations that they will have to be compliant with. They have no regulators on their back, and they will not get fined if things go wrong on their side. And actually, if things go wrong on their side, usually it's not noticed by anyone, and because it falls under the, let's say, fog of war and all these nasty things that are happening in the internet. But when they are successful, it reaches mass media, like the case with Europe. Now, can we turn the odds into our favors? What do you think? I sense some hesitation, and I understand. But I believe we have to at least give it a try. And I believe our response should be based on two pillars. One would be technical measures, the other should be organizational ones. Now, if we take the technical measures first, we should also deploy AI-enhanced security controls in our organizations. And to be very careful about it, because now every security vendor says it's AI enhanced. So do your proper due diligence with your security teams so you actually select the right solutions for your businesses. Also, conduct awareness training and phishing simulations. But I don't mean phishing simulations, send email every quarter and then send failing employees into next done type of training. We have to deploy solutions for phishing simulations that they can actually interact. So there has to be a phone call from the CEO, and there has to be training on the spot, so when employee fails, they understand why they fail and what could be the consequence. Moving forward, we should also think about implementing automated disruption means, attack disruption means. And what I mean by that is like a last resort defense line when we see, for example, ransomware creeping into our organization. We have automated ways to stop and protect the crown jewels, even at the expense of potential false positive operational disruption. And this has to be risk-benefit analysis that would precede this decision. And then eventually not ever stop the basic cyber hygiene, which would be regular password changes, patching, everything that your security teams in your organizations are doing. Whoa, I moved slightly ahead. Now, when I take a look at the organizational part, we need relevant governance around AI. We need people who bring the expertise to the table. So it's going to be ethics, it's going to be legal, compliance, marketing, security, IT, just to name it. And we need to have the right level of expertise. We need to have people who bring their perspective. So when we decide to implement AI, this implementation is fit for our organization and it's actually solving more problems than introducing new ones. And also, AI risk must be integrated in the enterprise risk management framework. This is part of the operational, reputational, and financial risk. It has to be incorporated within the framework, not actually being treated as a separate problem. And also, which is super important, it's not only employee awareness training, but actually board level or GEC level crisis simulations, whether it's a cyber attack, ransomware, or AI deployment that didn't go well, and we have to deal with the crisis. We have to train our organizational muscle memory to be able to respond when the time comes. And to be fair, it's a cliche, but it's not about if, it's mostly actually when. So when I mentioned, I wanted to conclude with 3 questions. I'm not going to read them out loud. You can take a photo. They're going to be shared with you. They're going to be shared with you with the conference materials. But what I really want you to take away from this presentation is that AI-powered cyber threat, it's not science fiction. It's something that's happening, and we have to collectively, as businesses, work to stay ahead of this and change the odds from 59% to at least, and I will use this trending now word, to equalize. So that's it, and I hope this is a good segue for the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piotr. A lot food for thought, as they say. Let me welcome our panelists, and starting from the far end, Piotr Ciepiela. Piotr is EMEA cybersecurity leader for EY, with his 20 years of experience managing complex technology and security projects all around the world. He currently is responsible for building capabilities and strategic alliances around architecture and emerging technologies such as IoT, quantum computing, and cloud. Next to him, Mr. Radosław Mielek, director at NASK PIB, engineer holding PhD in technical sciences and namely computer science. And then we have with us Katarzyna Kazior, AI Digital Transformation Executive and an independent supervisory board member of Benefit System SA. She also works as business advisor for private equity funds, last mile experts, and private companies. And last but not least, and here comes the largest challenge of my panel today, which is pronunciation on Jean-Pierre's name, which is Menantou. Yes? Okay. Further, it will be easier because I will only address Jean-Pierre as Jean-Pierre. Chairman of the Foresight and Research Committee in French Institute of Directors, with an extensive professional background working for governments, as well as being the CEO and CFO of large companies. He's, I would say, the brain behind and the conceptual co-lead of a guide for directors on AI systems, which was published in November 2024 by French Institute of Directors in November 2020. Sorry, that was published in November 2024. And with these introductions of panelists, I actually would like to ask you, our honorable audience, a question. It will be a polling question which says, please rank the factors that you think will most drive boards to strengthen their approach to AI and cybersecurity over the next 5 years. So please take a part in the polling question. It's one participant ranking. I will just, wait till at least we have something like maybe 20. Yeah, we are going up. So, the tension is growing. And I have a bit of disappointment because once you vote, we won't discuss immediately the results. Those we will discuss just prior to the Q&A section from the audience, where you will be able to ask questions and we will try to answer as members of the panel. So a bit of patience will be required. Okay, I think it's going well, so I will start with the kickoff to our panel and briefly summarize, recent research done by EY Poland in relation to whether the Polish companies' approach to AI is changing. Because I think, as everyone here gathered, we actually are of the opinion that, it is an imperative for boards to compete responsibly when it comes to cyber and AI. And is it visible in the changes over the last 2 years since the first AI kind of kicked heavily into the businesses, etc.? What are the largest barriers in making the decision to implement actually artificial intelligence solutions? So in the recent research, and we asked more than 500 large and medium companies, it transpired that the main barrier is processes and organizational difficulties. So these come to the forefront, what indicates that the current major efforts is directed towards integrating AI into business processes. So I would say this main barrier basically corresponds to the theme of our panel, which is, how to compete responsibly, because this is about processes and organization and structure. So cost remains still a high priority, but the barrier of technological difficulties has actually decreased. So it's more, about AI not only being an implementation of technology, but also organizational change, building teams and structures that will allow efficiently to scale up AI. Okay, and dear all, to fire start our panel, if you basically can share your insights, like one example, how you observe the boards are grappling with AI and cybersecurity governance, with maybe some success stories, cautionary tales. We already heard about the ARUP and scam, so please start. Don't know. Kasia?
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. So maybe since I'm the first one to speak, I will start with talking a little bit about the landscape for cyber and AI, because both topics probably everybody is aware that should be talked about in the boardrooms. With cyber, the thing is that probably within the companies, there is already center of excellence for cyber. There are people who understand how to take care of cybersecurity, as Piotr, for instance, for Racket. But the boards don't have the vocabulary. They probably frequently don't have any experience because it hasn't been a topic of their education. So here the problem is to start the conversation and really even like start talking about the topic, and people are probably quite shy to start a conversation about something that they even don't know the vocabulary about. So the thing that I'm observing and also advising my colleagues to do in order to start is to select any framework that you find online, any framework that you like, find some vocabulary, and at the next board meeting, just ask a couple of questions about this, using this particular framework, simply to start a conversation with the management. Because once you start the conversation, then, you know, the management, the company has to come back with some answers. Then there is some commotion happening in the company. The team responsible for cybersecurity starts to up their game. They start to prepare some documents. They start to maybe analyze some new types of threats, and the conversation starts going. And then you can improve on the go, but at least you have started. And I think one more important thing to mention here is that the goal is never to minimize cybersecurity risk to zero. It's not that there should be zero risk, but you should balance performance with the risk. And this is actually the question that we are answering with cybersecurity. And the last thing I might say, it's really great to invite Chief Information Security Officer to a meeting. Probably most of the boards haven't had this person in a meeting, and start a conversation, listen about their concerns, what they're working on. And an initiatory conversation like this is really impactful. And the last thing similar to that one, most of the companies, they do have another companies that serve them in a capacity of advisors on cybersecurity, and they also do audits, cybersecurity audits. So once you meet with a company that performed the cybersecurity audit, you might ask additional questions. You might also check whether this is a reputable auditing company, which is also something that already tells you and helps you to benchmark the company in terms of cybersecurity risk or preparedness. And when it comes to AI, the landscape is quite different, because here it's new for everybody. It's not that there is a center of excellence within the company and everybody knows how to do this. Simply the board maybe is not so into the topic. Here everybody is new to that, and also the boards are way more capable of understanding what AI is, because most of us, as we saw, are using ChatGPT and other rivals of ChatGPT. So here I would say that the most important thing is to, first of all, not to demand a strategy on AI on day one, because everybody is learning. So whenever I see, whenever I work with people in companies, like C-level people within companies, and I tell them, you don't need to have AI strategy. It's enough to have a plan at the very beginning. It's like, oof. And they are ready to go and start implementing, because it's not like a very, very big thing that they need to foresee the future 10 years ahead, but they just need to have a plan that they can communicate within the company. So here I would say it's like something that I'm seeing the most and helps people have success the most.
So maybe kind of like asking Piotr, when we are considering the current market situation regarding regulations and the usage of AI by organization, strategy, the word was mentioned. So do you believe there are strategies, and what are the strategies that are most effective in fostering education and cooperation?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, and then of course welcome everyone to our panel. The topic is definitely a broad one, and I agree with let's say, it's maybe a little bit too early with a strategy, but I do think all the companies have a business strategy, for sure, right? And I would say, like, in the business strategy, you will need to have AI somehow, right? Because you definitely either using this right now, or will use it like tomorrow. Because looking at all the surveys, majority of companies are saying, well, we are using AI in whatever business we are doing. Now, I would probably go back a little bit in terms of good and bad examples, let's say, of what we are seeing. And usually, if you look at the AI and cyber perspective, there are three things that we are taking into consideration. The first one is obviously like how attackers can use AI to attack our companies, governments, and so on and so forth, right? I think it was well covered by Piotr. I wouldn't maybe go into details of it, but you can feel that it's just super easy, right? I mean, you can have like a Fraud GPT as a service. It's like easy to acquire. It's very cheap. You can even experiment and so on and so forth, right? So definitely there's a very low barrier to get in. And as a citizens, as a companies, as a governments as well, we need to feel that those attacks will definitely rise, and they'll be more and more sophisticated and brutal, right? From perspective of, let's say, good guys, right, or good team, there are two aspects. One aspect is obviously AI for cyber. This is where usually CISOs are focusing, right? So how we can use AI to speed up our processes, to gain effectiveness, to make sure that we are seeing more, to make sure that we are reacting faster, and so on and so forth, right? And this is the usual topic. The topic that we are not maybe covering that much is actually something that is super interesting, is actually cyber for AI. Because again, you don't have maybe a strategy, but you are using AI on the daily basis. And in majority of cases, especially right now, the way we are building the models, or actually we're feeding the models, is we are taking all the data from the company, like everything that is out there, like even our zip code, gate number, and so forth, and we are putting this into the model, making sure that all the data we have is there, and maybe we can get something out of it, right? And the results are very interesting. In majority of cases, we are seeing let's say, company-wide models where cybersecurity is not involved. It's easy actually to get to any sensitive data, right? You name it. You can ask about the financial statement before publishing, you have it. Salaries, you have it. Remuneration, you have it. So every single time we are actually not implementing cybersecurity in the AI models, we are actually have access to sensitive data. Not to mention, I think you said about the responsive AI, we may have some bias approaches, right, to a number of things, to our clients and so on and so forth. Model will learn from it as well, right? So our model can be actually biased, right? And in the AI Act, this will be definitely something that a regulator will look at. So from this perspective, we have some good examples, like how we can use cyber to speed up our operations. Some bad examples, how to not to use, let's say, data without the cybersecurity. And let's say on top of it, we know that we cannot stop the AI. We cannot stop speeding up what we are doing, but we need to be prepared for the regulations that are coming, right? As I mentioned, AI Act, and we will be responsible for the models we are using. Not only the models we are building internally, but also the models we are acquiring. So I think right now, this governance, what kind of models we are using, how we are using those, what is the data governance, how we can actually embed cybersecurity and everything, is absolutely crucial. And I think boards, I mean, there are two parts, right? One, CISO's responsibility is to act and be very proactive and talk with the boards as much as possible. But also we are seeing a lot of boards being a little bit terrified, a little bit like, worried what's going on, want to reach out to CISO and ask about cybersecurity, AI. In some cases, it's a very good, we have a very good answers, very good, let's say, people prepared. But in some, it's a very technical answer, and they are a little bit confused what's going on because they don't understand, they cannot really translate maybe technical jargon into the business language. So right now I think we have like both CISOs stepping up to the understanding business, but also boards having more and more understanding into the cyber. And maybe one more thing, just like a last one. It's a little bit the boards that I'm discussing with, they are saying that they are usually very much, when they're discussing about cybersecurity and CISOs, they are almost like being calmed down, like everything is under control, we have so many tests, we are identifying so many things, and they feel that it's impossible to be 100% protected, right? So they rather move a little bit to the resilience, talk about, okay, we are protecting our company, but we're also prepared for attack, and also we are prepared for recovery after attack, right? So this, let's say, process is probably very important for them.
Radosław, so kind of like as a follow-up on what Piotr said, you know, how the board can actually balance such openness to AI innovation with the risk aversion. You don't like to be in a situation when all your accounting records are, for example, wiped out and then there is a ransom. So, you know, what is the right robust balance between the cybersecurity and openness to AI innovation? How would you kind of like advise, recommend?
Hello, it's a great pleasure to be here. So it's a great question, because I was a bit surprised when I received an email inviting for this panel with these two quite, I would say hot topics like AI and cybersecurity put in one sentence. Of course, we have a lot of issues where AI is used for cybersecurity. So to support cybersecurity, AI as a threat, or cybersecurity of AI or security of AI, which is also quite a big topic. So we have these three areas which are a bit of interconnected and all are a combination of AI and cybersecurity. But from the perspective of the board members, I think it's not really like these two topics are very much in common, because cybersecurity is about being able to throw you out from the business. So if something bad happened and the scale is big enough, you are out of the business. And it may happen actually immediately, like within days or even hours. Depends from the size of the company and the severity of the incident. AI is completely different. AI is about your actually daily activity and your future as a company. It's about flourishing your business. So we see these two different approaches. So cybersecurity, more like risk awareness and risk management. AI, from my perspective, is more about the future perspective, or growing your business, increasing profits, and there are the topics which comes to my mind when I'm thinking about AI. So I would just share a couple of observation we have, because as an ASK, we are the developer of the Polish large language model, which we're trying to implement in organization, in companies, and also in public administration and local administration. And that what we see, that where the difference between success and failure comes. It's usually from the beginning when we observe whether the company or the board members looking for the use cases or pilots. If they are looking for use cases and pilots, it's usually connected with the failure. If they are looking for the solution of the problems, and AI is one of the tools they're considering to be a tool which they can use for solve this problem, then it's more often we see the success. So we really need to think not about the tool. AI is a tool. It's really a very powerful tool, can really change the way we think about our business, but it's still a tool. And we also need to have a clear definition of success for the implementation of AI in a company. We observe it quite often that well, from the perspective of board members, the easiest actually is to reduce the costs, which is very obvious. So we would like to make our company more profitable, and reducing the cost is usually the easiest way for doing that. But if we define it as a reducing the cost, it's usually, I would say, by layouts of the people who are doing part of the job. And if we don't understand it, that's the way we reduce the costs, we'll not be able to convince people to collaborate with us in this implementation. So, and if not, then we'll not see really success, because they will find a lot of issues on the way to just say it does not work as it should. So that's another thing we should also remember about. And well, the last thing I would like to mention also is that, well, let's imagine for a while that we are the board members, and actually you are the future. And with all the slides, we actually don't see much. So we as a board member, we are, because of the spotlights, sitting here, but don't really see the future. We only see some very bright colors somewhere in between, which is what usually is where the people taking the decision as a board members. And we shouldn't focus on that. We should focus on the problems and not on the things from the future that really screams to us, because they are most visible, the easiest to observe, but usually not the most important. And the very last thing I would like to mention, from the board members we discuss about the implementing of Polish large language model, is that don't go too early. Because if you go too early in some technology solutions, then you usually pay a lot and the benefits are not very much. So for really like the vast majority of the business, you should be like the second one, not the first one. There are, of course, people who are the first one and they benefit from that. But from majority of companies, if it's not your core business, like doing this innovation, then be the second one, not the first one.
Thank you. Jean-Pierre, could you share some kind of like practical expectations that the boards should have when engaging with AI systems? I know you kind of like gathered those best practices for the French Institute of Directors Guidebook, and we are really interested in hearing them.
Well, I had the same surprise concerning cybersecurity and AI systems in the same panel. And indeed, my institute, which is membership-based with more than 3,000 directors from companies, foundations, associations, and so on, has decided to publish 2 guides indeed. A first one on cybersecurity, I will not comment on, but which is very similar to what was said in the initial and brilliant speak. And the second one, which took us more time, and the result is a kind of flashlight to illuminate what has to be understood by directors concerning AI systems. You will see that I never say AI, I say AI systems, because we speak of systems and not of wizards stuff, is the result of heavy interviews by multifaceted experts. Outcomes also of a poll that we have launched with our members, and which was very instructive in terms of where are the boards. Oh, it was 1 year before. Second, we have read many, many things, and this is one of the difficulty for directors, is the volume of what is written on AI system is crazy, indeed, and is increasing, so it's very difficult to keep up. And we have also made a test with my working group, composed of people who are very much interested by AI systems and for long, because AI systems are not new, at least for the one of the family, which is a symbolic family. What is new is since 8 years the appearance, the upsurge of transformers, and especially the under-family of generative AI systems that you know, ChatGPT and so on. And this is a brand new system. And we have decided to test that, especially for the members of our working group, which were not familiar with AI systems, but who had extensive experience in governance. And this was quite interesting to do that. The outcome is that there is a sense of a feeling of urgency, which is triple. Strategic urgency to understand what is at stake. Not to be the early adopter, but really to understand in the boards what is going on. Second urgency, and this is strategic, I will explain why. Second urgency is supervisory and compliance, because the compliance landscape has dramatically evolved in the last years, especially in EU, but not only, and there are more things to come. And also, the AI systems implementation induce new challenges of supervision by the boards. And there is a third urgency, which is how to cope with some new ethical dilemmas in decision making. Hence, with the assumption that there is a lot of upskill to do with the directors, and also the deep belief that it has to be taken very professionally, very precisely, and not with the narrative marketing coming from the science fiction, and not with the anthropomorphic, inappropriate shortcuts that you see in the newspaper and so on. We have written a 3-step journey for directors. At the end of the game, it's a journey with 90 pages, but it's very easy to read. The first step is to get familiar with what is essential to master. What are we spinning off? The second step is the exploration of how each register of governance is concerned by the AI system implementation, especially the connectionist ones, because it changed many things. It's a question of strategy. There is a risk, double risk indeed. You can be disrupted or outmoded by newcomers, competitors, and so on, and it can go very fast. So you have to look at what is going on. You can also rush too hastily, and then you have another risk. Let's call it the AI get risk, if you see what I mean. Other questions are on the supervisory board of the supervisory role of the board, and there are many things to explore and many questions. Indeed, our guidebook is not a toolbox, but an open issues and questions box with some best practices, but especially the questions that you have to explore to find solutions. This is the second part, and this is nearly half of the guide. And this is very much appreciated by the directors who have got the guide. And we have also a third step, which is something, there is a risk that the third step is not part of the journey of directors. This is allocate sufficient time to prepare, to think forward, to think to upcoming questions that are not urgent, but that you will have to face. And among these questions, there is the questions of people or skills. How do you keep the control of the skills you need in the medium term. And it's not an easy question. There is a question of how you cope with, on one part, AI system developments, and today the fact that they are, for some parts, contradictory to what you are aiming at when you have your CSRD strategy. There are other questions also. Those technologies are evolving fastly, and nobody knows what will be the landscape in a few years. Already, we see things which were quite surprised. For example, the Chinese surprise, and there will be other surprises. Another point also is, but it is not mature today, is will it change the tools and practices of the boards? Not only the content of the work, but the way they work. And one urgent risk is that your directors begin to use inappropriately the open to the public LLM, even by using some confidential information that are for the board, and only for the board. It's already a concern in France. And there are also other questions. For example, there is a vast series of questions on how AI system will change all the controls, audit, compliance function in the future. This is a passionate thing to explore. So with a three-step journey, we have tried to equip the directors, and especially we know also that it is probably necessary, depending on companies, depending on sectors, to look at what are the skills they need in the boards. Do they need experts? Do they need to change their corporate governance, specialized committee or not? It depends on committee, but it is a vast question. Anyway, the chairman and the CEOs have a key role to play to acculturate the AI system culture in the board.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. You mentioned the chairman and the CEO, and just briefly, a question to Piotr Tajczak, who is the Chief Information Security Officer. What do you think about, what are the expectations from Chief Information Security Officer in the organization now? Is it just to secure the information, or is it a broader role?
I wish this is only this, but it's obviously not, right? That's obviously one of the key expectations, but I think also in the context of AI and also on the topic Piotr was expanding, it's a journey on communicating, and also Kasia was mentioning, so to finding a common language, and whether boards need to become more technical, or actually CISO become more business savvy, and I believe the latter. Mostly, obviously, while becoming more business savvy and bringing the right context and giving information on technical challenges and cybersecurity challenges to the board, but speaking in their language, you're building this bridge and platform for communication, which is super important. And I would say that's even more important now than, because these technical aspects, teams will do greatly, and they will adapt to the AI, and also with the AI adoption in cybersecurity. I believe one of the really important implementations of AI to help CISOs drive conversation with the boards or executive committees is that we get a lot of threat intelligence data that's actionable for the technical teams. But what's really important, to bring this essence, transform into business language, and put this into a context so we can have a conversation that, well, this company was breached because of this. What are we doing about it? And what we should change? That's probably the language the CISOs need to speak to be successful.
I would love to leave some space for the questions from the audience, but I wouldn't be myself if I haven't asked the question about the nice acronym, which is present whenever we talk about the cyber and AI, and this is NIS2 directive. So just briefly, a bit of comments from everyone. And starting from Kasia, is how do you perceive those blurred lines between regulation and recommendations when coming, to this kind of like a bit stalled, I would say, and we will not be commenting on the regulation, but there is a pending implementation of Directive NIS2, and we are still waiting for this to be implemented.
So what I'm seeing mostly when talking to C-level executives who are trying to implement cybersecurity and also AI, but there is a big component of cybersecurity when they're trying to implement AI ethically and securely, is not really that there is over-regulation, although of course they are not happy with that because there is more to comply with. But the most crucial problem is always that they are not certain. What is a regulation? What is a recommendation? What's the difference between different types of European Union acts and how do they work and what do I actually need to comply with and what not yet? And if it hasn't been ratified somehow in Poland, does the main regulation is the main regulation in power, or are we waiting? So we do not have any regulation. So this lack of awareness, lack of clarity is the largest problem. And I believe that most of the people that I spoke to that are somehow tasked with AI or cybersecurity would prefer to have many regulations, but at least have a clear list and then simply talk to their legal departments rather than be in this gray zone. So this is something that I'm seeing as the biggest obstacle. And probably here the best thing to do is to work closely with the legal department and explain to the legal department that cybersecurity is about balancing effectiveness with risk and not minimizing risk to zero. It has to be a balance of what we can gain with particular new programs, new software, new developments, and what is the risk. But it's not like getting the risk to zero. So I think, this is the main takeaway.
Radosław, will we be actually, finding value and benefits in this legal regulation as NIS2? I've heard from Kasia that it's actually important for them to be and kind of end this, to know what to do and what are the regulations. But with those regulations, is it just a regulation, or actually can we think about those regulations as actually bringing value to the companies?
Kasia told that there's, we are a little bit in between. So we don't have a regulation on the national level. Still, we don't have the implementation of NIS2 in Poland. There's work on that, but still not there. We have, of course, on the European level NIS2, but that's one of this regulation which you cannot really implement in your organization without local or national level law and implementation. Because in general, we know, more or less, we all know what we have to do. So we should take care about the supply chain security. We should take care about the training on very different levels, also on a board member levels. That's what is in NIS2. We should identify the services that are crucial for our business, but also for the society and for the for country. So we know all that from NIS2 on a European level, but to make it very practical on the company level, we need a local regulation, and we are waiting for that. But of course, we should look for this NIS2 regulation and also the local level regulation as a. So let's look for the value there and not only for the costs and like the way to just comply with the with some another law or some another regulation. And I will give you the example from my company, which I direct. So we are responsible for cybersecurity of the quite a big part of Polish sectors like healthcare, like banking. So we're supporting those institutions, those sectors with cybersecurity solution on the national level. Of course, and needs to put on my board members also the requirements of regular training, which is like we are actually a part of it. So we do it regularly. So it's not, I'm taking a look on that as a chance. So I'm just reserve a bit of time for all of my board members, just to let them training in what they think it's most valuable for them. And it's quite advanced training. So we don't really need to follow this rules like it needs to be very basic training. Just try to adapt it to the need of your board members. That's one of thing. Another thing is that we need to discuss about supply chain security and safety, and we discussed about that with all the companies that we are buying from which we are buying the tools, hardware, services. And with our NIS 2, that was pretty hard. So we asked them, okay, can you tell us a little bit more about your supply chain? And they're saying, well, we don't have this kind of thinking in our company. We have it, but still, even if we have it and our partners don't have it, we cannot really follow it. And NIS 2 give us the chance to follow it because we can ask them and they start to think about that. So they can share some information. It's similar like DORA in banking sector. Of course, regulation is always the cost for the company. But from my perspective, as long as it's the cost for the whole sector or the whole nation or on a European level, it's not a big deal because it does not harm my competitiveness within the Europe. So
thank you. Piotr?
Thank you. I would like to comment as well. I think it's the two sides of a coin, let me say. But the first one is, obviously, we can think about the value, we can think about the cost. What I think it's, maybe it's with age, but I think regulations are also hugely raising awareness. And I think NIS 2, comparing to NIS 1, is actually extending pretty much the scope of the sectors. And I think it's super important. I mean, from the perspective of this is my organization, is probably one perspective, but from the society, citizen, government, I think it's a different perspective, right? Because when we extended the scope to the new sectors that were not under any regulations, to be honest, those sectors were not really very well protected. Because it's very naive to think that all of a sudden, some of the companies will say, well, let's spend some money on the cybersecurity, or let's even think about it. Giving you the example, it's not from Poland, I would say that, this is very important, but some time ago we started to verify the cybersecurity postures, like protection of hospitals, big hospitals. And 100% of the hospitals we checked were hacked and mining Bitcoin. Mining Bitcoin. Of course, nobody knew about it, but someone has actually hacked into it, said, okay, a lot of equipment, a lot of CPU, I can use it and I can mine, right? What is good about it, it was not impacting the processes, right, and operations and other things. However, still, they were already hacked, they didn't know about it. So from my perspective, I would love to be in the hospital that is cyber protected, right, of course, as a citizen. And I think it's about everything. So we can have water utilities, we can have like grocery stores and so on and so forth, right? So we need to think a bit, broader than just, let's say, business perspective. I think, Radek said this as well, right? The cost associated with cybersecurity is the cost of business right now. It's almost like a utility, like a water, electricity. Now we have a cybersecurity. And I think we just need to to understand that if you are not have, let's say, budget for cybersecurity, maybe you don't have a budget for business. Right? And the second thing is, and again, I agree, I think with Kasia over here, that regulations are usually not that easy to follow. Okay, I mean, like, you need to have a certain knowledge, and I think over here, the cooperation between government, between business, and between academia, usually this triple helix really helps a lot to translate regulations to use cases and how we can actually implement things in a way that it's not killing our business, right? So it can be, we can implement solutions, but we can also maybe implement a culture, maybe we can implement processes and so on and so forth, right? So I think over here, this cooperation, Radek mentioned about the sector say approach, for instance, I think it's crucial to help each other understand, especially for this, medium and small companies. I think this is super needed.
I just wanted to follow this example with hospitals, just to share with you example of one of the discussion with the director of the Polish hospital. I will not name the exact hospital, but if you take a look of the importance of different services, you know that for many hospitals, like the clearing staff is more important than IT staff. It's because without clearing staff, you cannot have the certification for doing certain operation or procedure. And in this procedure, there's no anything about IT. So it's more important to have a problem of clearing solved, because it's important for functioning this hospital, and not IT. Of course, IT is really important. Without that, you don't have the information about what you have to give your patient. You don't have the, you cannot exchange data. So it's like the really huge issue, but it's still not in the procedure, in the certification. It's not important. So that's why, from my perspective, NIS2 is really important, because it will just push IT and cybersecurity within this certification. And that's one of the important steps to make the whole landscape more secure.
Of course, those questions of regulations are an important part of our guidebook, because we have had many interviews on that, and we have discovered that the AI regulation will go as far as a kind of soft law that companies could adopt on a volunteer basis, and they will be in a position to adopt standardization norms, which are under development at the European level, at the international level, and to go, we can forecast that in some years, to properly comply with the AI Act, company will find useful and efficient to be audited on the respect of this standardization. It's called standardization ISO. Maybe I use a French word. And those standardization will be on general management of AI system. It is already written and adopted, if I don't make a mistake. General management of AI system risks. Necessary skills to have the right to audit companies on these standardizations norms, which are very innovative, because it has never been done before to go beyond technical criteria and to adopt social criteria. For example, because of biases. This is totally new, totally brand new, and you can imagine the difficulty of the task. What are the social norms that are to be adopted in this area, this country, this zone? So it's really a new frontier, and of course we have used our flashlight to illuminate that, and we have also propose to our to the people who will read the book to think of a history, because in the 19th century the attitude toward risk of the second industrial revolution has profoundly evolved in times. A few people, apart from the historians, know that, but the 19th century has been a century of development of protection measures, of insurance, of many things which have helped to accommodate and to accept the new technologies. So we are in a way in a new era, very similar to that, and the difficulty, of course, obviously, for the regulators is to find the good regulation at the good time. And it will be, we describe the situation as very complicated because there are sectors who are not regulated and they are discovering what it is to be regulated. There are sectors who are regulated in a specific way, for example, banking and insurance, bankruptcy risk, process-minded, process-oriented governance, and so on. And AI Act is not on this logic. It is a consumer protection driven. Okay? If you want to elaborate a little bit on more on that, there is a fantastic book. It's a long book. Anu Bradford, regulating the digital empires. This is really, you have what is going on in the States, in the United States, at least till 1 year ago. What is going on in Europe, what is going on in China and in other countries. It's a fascinating book, really, you're doing a great job. So things are evolving, and of course, our recommendation is a guidebook, is to properly organize a monitoring of all that, because for the years coming, directors will have to get familiar with a new way of regulating, supervising, and so on. And when you when you shift to more standardization, more automatization, more intrinsically unstable systems, of course, there are new subjects that you have to face.
And with those remarks, let's look at what were actually the factors that you ranked as the most important for the boards when strengthening the approach to AI and cybersecurity. And if I can ask the results of the poll on the screen. We'll see how the technology will work or not. It's the time that's left. Okay, so Piotr, because Ratajczak, because you seem to be the most adapted.
Okay, so
if you can comment, I would appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it's on this.
When asked to rank the factors that you think will most drive boards to strengthen their approach to AI and cybersecurity over the next 5 years, it seems that number one factor is increasing cyber threats and data breaches, followed by cost of inaction or potential damage to brand reputation, followed then by advancements in AI technology and its integration risks.
Well, I would say these are quite nice factors which were in top 3. I would call them scare them to death, so that this imminently causes the action. And I think this is a thought to carry around with you, whether you are actually looking at the actual person on your Zoom meeting. And now I would like the audience, if you have any questions to our panelists that you would like to ask. Okay, we have a question from the audience.
Adamczyk. My question refers to cybersecurity and goes a few years ahead when the quantum computers appear on the market. and then our system will become quite vulnerable and actually open for criminals, because I suppose they will have access to this equipment earlier than commercial and certified hardware. And do you think it's a threat? And if so, what we can do about it?
So maybe I will answer. I don't expect that cyber criminals will be the first one who will have the access to the quantum computing. Really, it's a lot of investments, and you cannot really do it in your garage. So I don't expect. So the first really working quantum computers will have in States. So in possession of special agencies, etc. And I don't really see the quantum computers as a serious threat for cybersecurity, as we already have a lot of tools that we can counteract it. So they are not implemented yet, because usually we don't want to spend the money for the threats that are like 10 years ahead of us. But we have the technology here, and so it's just by changing the algorithm we use for crypto ciphering the information, we can protect against that. Of course, we also observe, and you probably know about that, in countries like Singapore, where they decided the whole banking system should use quantum key exchange mechanism for protecting against quantum computers, and it's doable already between banks. It's doable even in Poland, and we in NASK we have. I don't know whether you are aware of that, but in Poland we have the second largest, longest network of quantum internet in the world. The first one is in China, and it's well over 1,300 kilometers we have already. So we have tools, we have a network for that. The threat is not yet here.
If I can maybe build on this a little bit, right? So I agree, it's not going to be attack vector. The only thing that potentially could be compromised is the cryptography that we're currently using. So if quantum computer falls into threat actors' hands, then maybe our privacy will be compromised. But from cyber threat perspective, at least in upcoming couple of years, should not be a biggest threat vector.
I think just maybe to close it, we are not you're living in the void, right? So we have post-quantum cryptography, that's one. Probably the biggest threat actually is the technique that is called steal now, encrypt later. So we are seeing stealing the data that is encrypted with the current encryption algorithms. And it is, let's say, if it's a sensitive data, it's a military data, if this will be encrypted maybe 2-3 years on X years from now, maybe it's still sensitive, right? So I think now the thinking is how to make sure that we will be encrypting and protecting the sensitive data, even if let's say, state-owned attackers will not own this data and encrypt later on, right? So I think it's we're saying we're kind of like very well prepared for that, but again I think it's in the details. Like organizations and governments, they need to look and make sure that the sensitive data they have, especially from the military perspective, should be well protected from stealing today to be encrypted later on.
Maybe one more question.
Maybe on quantum, because I would be more cautious on that for two reasons. First of all, in technologies, there is also tragedy of horizon. Very often, when a new technology comes, people tend to overestimate the 2 years coming impact. At each wave, it's almost the same thing. And they try to under-evaluate the medium and long-term uses. And on quantum, I don't know, but on AI system, this is really the case. And there is also a second reason, is that the history of technology is full of things which were not used as they were designed to be used. Just just think to a common example as a short messages. So, don't know.
Okay, so maybe just one last question from the audience.
Do you think that DORA regulation, which is applicable to financial institutions and focus on resilience, is a good approach and could be applicable to other sectors?
Yes. Sorry, I'm looking at the time. But no, I mean, I think it's the evolution of thinking through, let's say, compliance and checking the box to resilience. I think it's very, very good. It requires a little bit more understanding and maturity, but I guess it's going in the right direction. I think CRA regulation that is coming, I think it's more towards resilience and making sure that not only we are protected, but we are prepared for attack. I think right now everyone understands that attack is inevitable. We will be under attack. There will be some problems with our business operations, and we need to make sure that we shorten the time of a breach, and we let's say shorten also the time to come back to operations, and also will be more resilient overall. Because honestly speaking, I think Europe is a little bit different, but in US when bankruptcy is quite maybe easier to file for bankruptcy, but if you look at the statistics, 40% of the companies, small, medium companies that were successfully hit by cyber attack, they file for bankruptcy. 40%, that's a huge number. So we need to think about the resiliency also from this perspective, right? Because in Europe, obviously, starting a company is a little bit more complicated manner, but definitely I think DORA should be expanded to the remaining.
So I will play the good board member. I would say no, shouldn't be and cannot be because the complexity. So you can really apply it to the banks, to the insurance companies, but going down into the smaller businesses which are less connected and where the IT systems are less important for their business, we have plenty of them, this kind of businesses. It will go over the top. So from my perspective, approach might be, but the tools we need to find different one and scale down to the way where it's really applicable to the small companies that are not really so dependent from IT services.
So what I am hearing, we need DORA for SMEs.
No, we need proportional regulations for SMEs, which was said this morning.
Yeah.
And which was the idea of Eisenhower in 1953 when he created the Small Business Administration. I remember the Small Business Administration in the Eisenhower mind was two-folded. One, stimulate the small businesses. Second, protect the small businesses. And there is, since 70 years, an office of the attorney at the Small Business Administration, which deliver to the Congress an impact analysis each time a text is coming to the Congress and can concern small business administration.
Kasia?
I just wanted to say that it's important, I guess, to get inspired by DORA for other industries, but not demand and expect to comply with everything, in particular not in writing and not to such an extent. So I think it's a really good example, but rather as like best practice rather than demanding that. And what I'm hearing also from the companies that do provide cybersecurity services, they are also saying that even NIS2 is too much, and they are earning a lot of money because their clients really need their services. But like when they are being honest on a personal note, they're saying, I think it's too much. I think it's too much of paperwork that we are providing, and of course we are happy about that because this stimulates somehow our small sector, but on the other hand we are seeing that frequently this is over the top. So I think that really bringing DORA requirements to smaller businesses could really stifle the growth that is needed. Of course, not to say that cybersecurity protection is not needed, but not to such an extent and with such a vast documentation.
So as a board member, I think overall the culture of resilience is something that we should look at, right? So not saying that we copy DORA, because going into the cybersecurity when we have a lot of papers and so on and so forth, I think it's a bad example. It's like a password. If a password is too complicated, you will write this on the yellow pages, right? So definitely not in that direction. But I think thinking about resilience rather than compliance is actually something that we should take into consideration. I think I actually really like it a lot. Of course, we need to apply this to bigger and smaller. However, I think even the smallest company should think about cybersecurity.
And with those closing remarks, I would really thank you all for participation in today's panel. If I would be a board member, and I am actually, but theoretical one, of the theoretical company in Poland and in Europe, I would actually, the takeaway from today's panel for me is basically that the question, what will I learn today when it comes to cyber and AI, is the question that will be a daily question for the board members. And this is the nearest, medium and long-term future. So a lot of learning to do. And
let's create a company together.
So thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, audience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very insightful conversation about the role of boards in strengthening governance over cybersecurity and AI. What did you take from it, Ivan?
I mean, it was quite a rich conversation. I mean, I'd like to follow up on the words that Anna left us with just before she got on stage. I mean, these two need to be, cybersecurity and AI, it needs to be a daily conversation. And if anything, I think it was very, very clear from the start of the panel, the responsible governance will be key to staying both competitive and secure. I think I heard a couple of references about quantum, maybe a topic for next year's edition. Who knows? Do join us as well. But stay with us, because we're not done yet. Almost there, almost there. We're going to be hearing now from Philip Gorczyca, Management Board Member at SNCRN, the Association of Independent Non-Executive Directors in Poland, for some closing remarks. Philip, I'm going to be counting on you to bring it all together for us. So a big warm welcome to Philip Gorczyca, please. Thank you.
Actually, there is a room backstage and there are a few exits. And I was wondering which one to take. I was afraid I will land somewhere there, like the Phantom of the Opera, but luckily I used the right one. So it's not an easy task to do a summary or closing remarks for a 6-hour-long day of panels and presentations. Actually there was one, I recall there was one B-class movie reviewer on YouTube who managed to pull it off. He basically started a review of one movie saying that for those of you who have not seen the movie, let me briefly summarize the plot. Russian scam, Chuck Norris stopped them. Yeah, so he was able to do it. I will certainly not even try to do that. So I will actually use two tricks for my speech. One is I will just share a few random thoughts, reflections that I have listening to today's sessions. And secondly, I will actually ask a few individuals for help. Among them, those will be Winston Churchill, JFK, and Friedrich Nietzsche. Yeah, I mean, first, I guess, listening to during such conferences to particular sessions, it's always great to be able to connect the dots. Yeah, I guess we all try to do that. So there's actually one random observation or reflection that I had, First of all, I read today in the morning in the press that in Poland there was a survey conducted and 71% of people over 60 actually want to stay employed and work. At the same time, only 1/3 of them actually still are professionally active. Yeah? So we heard during one of the first panels actually ageism being promoted. So when I connect those two dots, and then the third dot, which is during the last session, during this very interesting presentation, when we heard about worm GPT, fraud GPT, I connected the dots, and I believe that if we don't don't create jobs for the people over 60, then they will simply become cyber criminals and scam us out of our money. So I guess it's it used to be that the fake grandson scammed the granny. Now it might be the other way around, that the fake granny will scam the grandson. Yeah? But on a more serious note, actually, or actually one more maybe random observation or remark. Prime Minister Bielecki told this Bill Clinton joke, and this link to today's panel, he said, was that the Lincoln assassination in the theater, and we are in a theater. But there is actually remarkably an even more interesting link. I don't know whether any one of you knows what was the name of the play in the theater, the play that Lincoln attended when he got assassinated. The name of the play was Our American Cousin. So that was actually quite a nice link to this panel, yeah, to what's happening geopolitically. But yeah, I guess my next. So I will let me start maybe with already asking for help. So for this famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, because I guess that this came to my mind when listening to the first panels, and the quote is, probably you all know it, that beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself also do not become a monster, because if you gaze long into the abyss gazes back into you. And actually the regulations that were mentioned many times, many of them were created or implemented to fight monsters. In the corporate governance were monsters like short-termism, like moral hazard, like agency theory, and so on. Yeah? And, but as we heard today, the regulations themselves have become a monster, actually. Yeah? How else can you describe it or label them when, as Mr. Maciej Wituski said, that the entrepreneurs are more afraid of regulations than of ballistic missiles. Yours, as Sebastian Buczek mentioned during one of the first panels, that he sometimes thinks that more people in some organizations are actually doing non-business related activities than the business related activities. Yeah? So that's certainly a huge challenge, but and a lot has already happened during the last few months, as we've heard during the panel, the omnibus regulation in a probably unprecedented, at an unprecedented pace. But hopefully more will come, because as Winston Churchill said, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. And we certainly have quite a lot to do still. The omnibus regulation addresses only one aspect, or mostly the ESG regulations, yeah? But there are many, many more. And there are already, task forces, obviously, like Rafał Brzoska's, but we also, our association has actually already 1.5 years ago published our proposals for improving corporate governance in Poland, and there are many of them. So I will not mention them, but just to give you some flavor, one of them is, for example, promoting or even enforcing e-voting at AGMs, yeah, so that anyone can seamlessly vote, even an individual investor, As you know, today it's not possible. You actually need to take a lot of actions to be able to vote at an AGM. So that's like one of them. Another is, for example, to promote through best practices or even maybe more hard regulations that basically the majority shareholder doesn't take part in voting for independent supervisory board members. So those two obligatory, which are mandatory in all public interest entities. Yeah? So similar solution to what's in the UK, for example. So we have a number of such ideas, but you know there are many stakeholders in the market. So I guess this is great if the government listens and implements at least some of them. And then the last quote of JFK, which we all know, so ask not what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I guess we are focusing on regulations, whereas actually we all can do quite a lot regardless of the regulations. So certainly regulations in some areas would help, but at the same time, there is a lot that can be done in terms of simplification, but doesn't actually require changing the regulations. Yeah? I personally, I'm a great promoter. I believe that one of the biggest challenges that we need to tackle is the amount of reporting. So the length of reports, of annual reports, has become completely ridiculous. Yeah? There was one company on which I'm on the supervisory board of. The annual report is over 900 pages long. Yeah, and it doesn't really include any pictures or blank pages, and it's rather small print. So it's impossible to process by anyone, and that has become a market standard. And no one really has an incentive to fight with that, because it's the other way around. You can get fined or sanctioned for not having some disclosures, even if they are not critical, whereas you can actually have very lengthy disclosures, and no one will actually fine you for that. And we all have a role here. So the financial reporting teams, the management boards, the supervisory boards, the auditors, the market regulators, the audit market regulators like PANA in Poland, we all have a role to play to actually try to promote short, concise, relevant and disclosures that contain only material information. And you can really reduce the reports significantly if you do that. And that doesn't require really any new regulations. Yeah? Although regulations would also help. So for example, one thing an obvious fix, which would tremendously improve the situation of all issuers, is, for example, abolishing standalone financial statements, like in some countries. So obviously you then need to add some standalone disclosures to the consolidated financial statements, but you don't need a completely separate set of financial statements to present the standalone material disclosures. Yeah? So just an example. So there are also obviously regulatory things you can think of. And yeah, so those are, I guess, the main reflections I have. The last one is that, it's on that's touching, at least to me, that when we started our association 5.5 years ago, we had like 12 members, and now looking at the audience during the day, and it seemed like half of the audience were our association's members almost. So we have already over 160 members, so it was actually quite touching to see that. And yeah, so I guess that's it. Thank you very much, and it was really a pleasure to be also one of the partners of the conference. It's actually great that we were lucky to have the EU presidency Polish EU presidency in the first half of the year, because that's always the country that hosts this event. So the ones that have it in the second part of the year are less lucky. So thank you very much, and looking forward to having some final chats with you in the lobby. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Philip. So, what a fantastic day we've had. I think we've explored a lot of issues that are shaping the future of corporate governance in Europe. And if you want to know a bit more, we just have a EY publication today on long-term value and corporate governance that just came out this morning. So, you know, there's more to say on sustainability.
Great, but before we wrap up, we just have one final question that we'd like you to answer. It's just to let us know how much you enjoyed this conference today. But I guess before...
Nobody cares.
Great, but I guess before you do that, or you don't, I know, Elsa, you have a couple of questions or a couple of points you want to share with our audience today.
Yes, I realize what stands between you and the cocktail receptions, for those of you who are with us in the room. So I'll be very quick, but there's a few people I'd like to thank before we wrap up. The very first the audience, both in person and the ones that have joined online. Thank you so much for being here today. I'd like also to thank our esteemed moderators and speakers who have enlightened us all the way through today with their wisdom and expertise. Sorry, this is the annoying Oscar moment when I have to read all the names just not to forget anyone, but also we'd like to thank the partners of this conference. So we have ACCA, Accountancy Europe, BusinessEurope, ecoDa, EuropeanIssuers, Lewiatan, SNCRN, and thank you very much to them for all their supports. We'd like to thank the Polish Presidency of the EU and the European Commission, and especially DG Just for their great collaboration. Also, we'd like to thank our very dear colleagues from EY Poland, and in particular Jarek and Tomasz. Thank you for all the hard work and support. It's been a great day. I'd also like to thank Camilla, Natalia, Anna, Agatha, Marta, and the rest of the Allegro team, and all the technicians that have made today a success. So thank you very much for all your help. I'd like to also thank, sorry, it's quite long, but the amazing EY EMEA public policy team who have made all of this possible, especially Monty, Elida, Elena, Ambrose, and Andrew. And at least, I'd like to thank Ivan. I think, Ivan, we are ready for this weekend's audition
Saturday, yeah.
to present the Eurovision now, right?
Indeed.
We can use this as our tape to
get that competition, indeed.
Yeah.
And thank you, Elsa, for being a great host with me and joining our fantastic audience today in the room. If there's anything I learned today is that corporate governance can really be a powerful enabler to unlock European competitiveness. So I'll leave it at that. But until we meet again in 2026, so next year, so put that in your agenda. Dziękuję I do zobaczenia, as we say here in Poland. Thank you, everybody. Have a very nice day.